Hi, everyone. I hope you all are having a great weekend, regardless of where you are in the world. It's morning for me, so I've got my coffee, and I'm really excited to be here with you for You Got This from Home. I'm Shai. I'm one of the organizers of the event, along with Kevin, and we're both really happy that you've decided to join us this weekend for the conference. I've got a few bits of programming that I want to talk about before I hand it over to Vonage, one of our sponsors, and Caroline to take over and to get things started. So first thing, if you pre-registered for the event, you should have gotten a link to our Discord. That's where we're all going to be hanging out and chatting. We'd love to have you join us there. We've got all sorts of different channels that you can jump around in. If you want to be doing things like speaker questions or talking to any of our sponsors, you can do that in there. There's specific channels for each of those things. So speaker dash questions for that, and then sponsor dash, whichever sponsor you'd like to talk to. And we'll be posting any sort of information or anything like that in the Discord, in addition to talking about it on screen throughout the day. I really want to take a second, since I've mentioned our sponsors, to say thank you to all of them. We wouldn't have been able to do this event without them. We wouldn't have been able to have things like live captioning or send stickers out if it wasn't for all of our amazing sponsors that really support our events and let us do things like that. Specifically, I'd love to say thank you to Balsamiq, Samsung Internet, LaunchDarkly, GitHub Education, Vonage, and Contentful. We're really excited to have you be part of our event this year. And I hope all of you attendees have a chance to say hi and chat with them and get to know them. We'll be showing some video and letting them have some time to speak throughout the day. So definitely hang out and keep an eye out for that. Now, if you are looking for captioning, we do have that available as well. And you can do that. You can view that actually right on YouTube. You can just click on the closed caption button and see live captioning being done there, which is really exciting. I'm a big fan of captioning, so I'm definitely going to have that on the whole time. Now, I want to take a quick moment to talk about the You Got This Code of Conduct. This is an event with a code of conduct. If you're participating in our online communities or any of the You Got This events, we do ask that you abide to our code of conduct. The TLDR of it is be respectful and be helpful. Harassment and abuse are never tolerated in any of our communities. And if someone asks you to stop doing something, that's enough reason, I think, to stop. If you'd like to talk to us about the code of conduct, we're definitely available. You can reach out to either myself or Kevin. And if you have something that is happening that you want resolved or would like some help with, you can reach out to either me or Kevin directly on the Discord, or you can head over to the You Got This Code of Conduct webpage, and there's a form where you can submit a report as well, and that'll go out to the entire organizing team, whatever is easiest for you if there's a problem, and we'll do our best to address it right away. And now the last thing I want to talk about before I hand it off to Vonage is one of our sponsors, LaunchDarkly, have opened a raffle. They have a raffle that's available, and you can check that out. Information about that raffle is in the email that went out to all of our attendees. There's a little survey that you can fill out, and you'll be entered in to win some cool stuff. Now that's pretty much it for me, and I'm going to go ahead and hand over the mic to Vonage. Thank you again for attending the event. We're really excited to have you, and if there's anything you need, please feel free to hit us up on Discord, and we'll do our best. Talk to you all later.
Hello world, my name is Michael Jolly and I'm from Vonage, the cloud communication platform. And we've recently been streaming a lot on Twitch, so I've invited some of my colleagues to tell you a little bit more about what we've been doing.
Hi everyone, my name is Lauren. I'm on the developer education team at Vonage, and my live stream on the Vonage Devs channel is called Lauren Learns Things, a series in which I learn things from my colleagues and friends and share that experience with you all live on Twitch. We cover all different coding languages and have played with a ton of different APIs so far. My guests show off what they're most passionate about, and I invite my audience to code along with me as I learn from their expertise. Come join me every Tuesday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. BST. I'm excited to see you there.
Hi, I'm Lorna. You can find me on the Developer Drop-In stream. That's where we invite you to join us. It's our office hours, our open house. Come and tell us what you're working on. Come and tell us if you have questions. We'll be taking questions from the community and also showing off some projects of our own, walking you through what we're building. So I hope to see you there.
I'm Julia, and together with my colleague Sam, we host the Low Code Hour every other Wednesday from 3 p.m. British Summer Time. This is our Low Code office hours where we explore all sorts of builder tools, the projects we've built with them, and we help you get started on your own projects. So join us if you have any questions, would like to know more about the Low Code No Code movement, or simply just to hang out. And Sam's two dogs may also feature on the stream from time to time.
Hello, my name's Kevin and I am the host of No Experience Required, which streams every other Friday at 6 p.m. UK time. It is a beginner-friendly coding stream, so whether you have zero knowledge, have never written a line of code before, or are an experienced developer who wants to learn some new tools, in No Experience Required, we build a project together from scratch. So hopefully I will see you there.
And then my stream happens every other Friday, and it's called The Late Night Build. It's a tech variety show. Think The Tonight Show meets Saturday Night Live meets your favorite tech conference. And we've got a musical guest, we've got a special guest interview, we've got peer review demos, we've got a hackathon that runs the whole time with cool prizes. It's a lot of fun. It's a great way to end your week. So I look forward to seeing you there.
Hi, everyone. So as Shai mentioned, I'm Carolyn, and I'm your MC for today. So I will be guiding you through this journey that is You Got This from Home. And I want to make a couple announcements before I introduce our first speaker. So first of all, I wanted to address what is going on in the world today and the past week, and really the past 400 years of systemic racism. And so Kevin and Shai, the organizers of this event, chatted and decided to continue with You Got This from Home. They believe it was a long deliberation, and they believe that there's still a positive and timely impact to be had with the talks that we're going to have today. We're going to have talks about privilege and self-care and a lot of things that, the world is lacking and that we need in these moments. And it's also important to note that we are donating all of the leftover funds to an organization that aims to dismantle racial injustice. And it's still to be determined, because what organization might be in need now might not be the one that's in need tomorrow or a week from now. So we'll announce that at a later time. There is a slight schedule change to what you may have seen previously on the website. The last talk is not happening, and we're just going to end the event a little earlier than expected. Everything on the website is up to date, so please feel free to check that out. We still have 7 great speakers, and afterwards we're going to have a Q&A with each speaker. So yeah, let's get going. So first up for You Got This from Home, we have Magda. She is a Python and TypeScript developer in Turku, Finland. But her background is actually in educational science, which lends especially well to her talk topic today. Her talk is titled Learning is a Skill You Can Practice, and don't forget to pop any questions that you might have into the speaker's questions channel on Discord. And with that, I will hand it over to Magda.
Hi, thanks, Carolyn. So today's topic for me is learning is a skill. And when I was thinking about topics that I could propose to You Got This, this came to my mind first because well, yes, my background is in educational science, but also I think learning is one of the most salient things about working as a developer in this time and age, and that's something that really, really will help you as a person if you feel comfortable with it and feel at home with learning new stuff every day at work. So my own path, ending up here, started at studying educational science. So learning how to teach others all kinds of different stuff, from sports to art to linguistics. And I also ended up on a programming course, which was teaching programming for beginners. And there I became interested in programming myself, and then I ended up taking a 3-month boot camp and starting working as a developer. And after this 3-month boot camp, I didn't have any idea of what it was to work as a developer, or what would be expected of me. And I took my first job, and I felt like I was constantly drowning in this feeling of not being good enough, or not understanding where I should start learning more stuff, or how I could develop my skills. Although there's a lot of learning going on, I think still those first years working as a developer are really a struggle. And I thought that I could maybe share some thoughts with you all today to make that struggle less painful, and to maybe tell you the things I wish someone would have told me when I started my working as a developer. So related to my talk, I have some philosophical thoughts in the background that kind of have guided me as someone who is constantly learning at work. The first thought is that programming is a craft, meaning it's not theoretical knowledge or purely doing. It's the combination of both, and maybe the experience that ties those two together into becoming a craft, a thing that you both know about from a theoretical perspective, but also that you do in your daily life as a habit, or as your work. Also, I think that there's a lot of pressure on early stage developers, and although there's a big hype around more developers are needed all the time, and coding maybe feels like a really cool business to get into, I still feel like there is unnecessary pressure on those early stage devs, and that could be eased by saying some things out loud that maybe aren't usually stated out loud. And also, I'm a big fan of being lazy. Working smarter rather than harder is a really big thing for me, because there's more to life than work. And therefore, I think it's really important to not stress unnecessarily and not work unnecessarily, but instead put in those hours where they really count and where one can impact the most. So when I started drafting this talk, I started thinking of what it meant for me, maybe knowing something or feeling that one is mastering a specific topic. One of those themes is maybe becoming familiar with something, knowing, feeling the ease of the work, also habits. Those are all things that I feel are themes that come up when one feels at home with one's work and one's craft, especially in programming. When it starts flowing, the ease of the work and the project moving forwards is a big thing, and kind of how to get to that point that one has the level of competence, that one feels the ease of the work going on. Of course, there's a continuous learning process in the background, but I still feel like one should be able to feel the satisfaction of the work kind of carrying itself forward. So in this topic of learning and how people learn and how we all can learn as part of our jobs, the whole thing starts with taking a look inside, maybe asking yourself what kind of person you see yourself as. And those questions that could be asked then are maybe, how do I work? How do I react to challenges? How do I feel when I know how to do something? Or when was the last time I succeeded in something? When I was studying at the boot camp, it was a 3-month boot camp, and somewhere along half of the boot camp, we all had a scheduled meeting with the coming manager of the work we would be doing, like afterwards. And I remember it was 8 a.m. On a Friday, and I was really exhausted. It had been a really long week, and I think we all were facing like a really hard pressure to learn a lot of new things really rapidly, and that had been going on for some time. And I came to the office and I sat down, and the manager was sitting there, and she asked me, what was one thing that I had done that summer that I felt really proud of? And instead of coming up with all the things that I felt proud of, or that I would have felt anything in anything like that, I started crying, and I didn't really. I was trying to find something that I was proud of, but I didn't find anything. And instead, like, she started coming up with stuff like, well, you should be taking pride in this and this and this, all these amazing things that you've achieved. But I think if one doesn't feel those things oneself, then it's really hard to move forward and to learn new stuff, because maybe it tells about one's own state if one doesn't feel the feeling of success, or feel the feeling of comfort, or knowing what one is doing. So these are all questions you maybe could ask yourself if you have a learning goal in mind, starting with who you are. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the mythology of being gifted. I think this is something especially female developers, of course, also maybe other gender minority developers feel that it's hard to get into the field because they don't feel that they are like technically as gifted as some others. At least I'm from the Nordics, so even from around here, I think there's a strong mythology of men being more logical and technical than women, and that kind of holds us back because we don't feel that we are gifted enough to start this learning process of learning how to code and maybe sometimes getting a job in tech. And I think, like, for me, I had a feeling of not being mathematically gifted a really long time, I guess because of bad experiences at school or something. And really taking that step to start a boot camp, to take the step to try and start learning these things, required someone else pushing me into thinking that anyone can actually learn for example, math or technical stuff without being exceptionally gifted. And also most people who we think or we perceive as really gifted and talented maybe haven't always thought of themselves like that. So I kind of wanted to dismantle the I'm not gifted enough myth to start with. Here are some phrases or words that could be describing you as a software developer, and maybe some of you would think that not all of these are traits that a developer could have, or attributes that a developer could have in themselves. But I would argue that these are all just different kinds of personality or ways of work, traits that people can have, and they all can be the properties of a great developer. So some of us maybe are more prone to going full stack and trying a little bit of everything and not really digging deep into any specific topic, but some might be really only interested in maybe learning everything about accessibility, and that is equally valuable, of course. And then it depends a bit about like what kind of job you want to take on in the future. But my point was that we all have different personalities and different kinds of traits, and all of those traits can be the traits of a great developer. It isn't that you have to be maybe always very detail oriented in order to be a developer. If you are brave and move forward fast, that can also be a trait of a great software engineer. I'm pretty sure most people in society have heard of some different learning styles, or at least somehow faced them at some point in their life. But I just wanted to lift this topic one extra time here. So maybe we all probably know that there are different styles of learning. And by learning, I mean becoming familiar, getting to know oneself and a subject, maybe memorizing, or then trying out new things. If learning a skill, then it's more about the doing than the reading. And all of these different learning styles can be applied to learning software development. So maybe we are those kinds of people who like to learn alone, or maybe we're very social. And there are a lot of resources out there, both for just studying stuff by oneself, or then studying stuff in groups and meetups and with friends. Also, maybe one can be more verbal. For some people, it's easier to hear someone else explain or to read something. And for others, it might be more about seeing stuff fall in their places, maybe seeing visualizations of data, or how CSS elements fall in place on a page. Those can all be like different styles of learning maybe the same thing. So I've just collected some resources that I wanted to share. One way of going about learning is reading and listening. So maybe listening to podcasts or to conference talks, to discussions, or attending different kinds of events as a listener, or then reading newsletters, books. All of those are like great ways of learning more about software development in different kinds of ways. So maybe books are more of the dry philosophy behind or theory, most books, but then again, like newsletters that you can subscribe to. JavaScript Weekly, for example, is a great resource that has more hands-on, like short articles that people can enjoy. And maybe start your breakfast or your morning by having a cup of coffee and going through a newsletter. They tend to pile up in my inbox, so I'm like, I use one morning per week to just plow through them, but I hope some of you have better practices for newsletters than me. Then I wanted to lift this topic of visualizations or explanations that have visual support. So, for example, CSS Tricks has a great guide to the CSS grid, and I think they've like really captured the essence of how to combine code with the actual physical drawings, visualizations to make the explanation really clear. There's also a YouTube channel called, I think it's 3 Blue 1 Brown or something, and they have this amazing machine learning explanation videos which go into the mathematical side of data science and machine learning through amazing visualizations. And at least for me, these are one of the main ways I like to learn things. I always remember if I've seen something maybe a picture of a neural network, how it works, how the different layers interact with each other, more so than by reading that as text. But we're all different in that way, and it's good to maybe explore some different things and find what works for oneself. One way of learning is also through doing hobby projects or hands-on things. So I think pretty much all developers who have had to work with CSS have at some point encountered Flexbox Froggy. It's a game where you are placing a frog on a pedal by using CSS Flexbox. That's a really great way to learn it, and I think that's something that I, hilariously enough, go back to a lot when I work with front-end stuff. Other great ways of doing is, or projects that one could start is, for example, the Advent of Code, or maybe like going through the different kind of tutorials offered by the frameworks themselves. Just one more word about the Advent of Code is that it's a coding calendar that's available every year in December, and it has challenges for each day, and it's like obscurely difficult. I think myself, I've done like the 5 first tasks or something, but it takes so much time if you try to do every single part of the Advent of Code that I don't know what kind of person manages to work full time and do that at the same time, but I wish I could complete it one year. Yeah, and here I also took a screenshot of the Django documentation, so just to make the point that there is a lot of frameworks that have their own tutorials and documentation, or the tutorials maybe as part of the docs, that also are a really nice way of doing own projects. Also, community, friends, mentors, reaching out. I think we have a really active female and gender minority Slack community for people working in tech. And that's one of the communities I interact with on a daily basis. But we also have like other communities. Maybe I wanted to lift our Python community, TurkuPy, which is like the Python community of our city. And these are all like great ways of just getting out after work, maybe finding some new friends, and also asking those questions that one maybe doesn't dare to ask at work. I also had an amazing experience of reaching out to our Slack community and asking if someone wanted to pair program with me in an experimental way, trying out Gatsby. Gatsby was something I wanted to try for a long time, but I just didn't manage to do it myself, or didn't muster up the willpower to tackle it myself. So one of my friends actually spent the Saturday pair programming a small Gatsby app with me, and it was really fun. So I really encourage people to find those communities and friendships that you could maybe get outside of your own comfort zone a bit, and also like find something fun to do learning wise. Then I wanted to go a bit more deeper into the programming as a craft thing. So maybe the philosophy behind what it is to know how to code and what it is to be a developer. I think it's also very much an identity question. One can see oneself as a developer, and of course, I really understand those people who feel like they don't want to have anything to do with coding or programming or any kind of software or data science stuff during their free time, because that's what they do during their work days. But then again, I feel I've been working as a consultant for the first years of my career, and now I'm working as an in-house developer. And especially during my time as a consultant, it was really heavily emphasized that as a programming consultant, you're not only a developer, but you should be like kind of also a messenger of that culture of continuous learning. and personal development. Maybe you have your own interest, you're staying atop of those. So for example, small things like reading a newsletter once a week, it doesn't take that much time, but it's a habit that will actually make you a better developer in the end. And not like maybe not spending a lot of time, because time is also a valuable asset that we're not supposed to waste, but spending time smartly in doing those small things that make you a little bit more informed than the general public about your stuff. Maybe it's reading one newsletter per week, or listening to one conf every 3 months, or something like that. But that's part of the craft personship that I see is connected to programming, and that will really, really support one in one's career, just having a little bit of extra there. And as I said, it takes a lot of time, and time is it's not something that we all have an endless amount of, especially those of us who have family, or who maybe are students, so are working part-time or studying, and those things, and maybe to all of those of you who are junior developers and who are stressed out with not having enough time, not having enough energy, maybe to keep learning at the pace that you would want to yourself. I wanted to say that part of being a developer is also having confidence in that you keep working, you keep doing your job, you keep doing your studies, and you get better. It doesn't happen like overnight or instantly or anything like that, but if you keep doing it, you put in those small amounts of time or larger amounts of time, if you have that opportunity, it does pay back, even though it sometimes feels like you're pushing and pushing and the cart isn't moving anywhere. That time is definitely gonna count in the end. I also wanted to mention a little bit about setting goals. Some questions I would ask you all who are learners or students, maybe learners on the job. What are the concrete goals you want to set? Maybe this month or maybe this week. And one of my friends, Juhis, gave a great presentation about getting overwhelmed in tech. That's also something I think a lot of us experience. And one of his points was that you will, one of the key ways to get overwhelmed as a software developer is that you will try to be, well, full stack. Of course, it's okay to be full stack. That's fine. But also, like, if you aren't able to narrow down what you are learning, it really might feel, because there is like an endless ocean of stuff, everything from InfoSec to databases to front end CSS. It's just like there is so much, and they are so different from each other, that if one doesn't set a specific goal, a narrow goal, then it's really, really frustrating, because it can be really frustrating to not when one is moving on all of these different areas. I might feel that it's going really slow, even if it's going at a good speed. Maybe a mentor could help you set the goals, maybe a colleague of yours, or somehow another mentor. Maybe you could find a mentor working in the field who you would want to kind of follow career wisely. So maybe a mentor could be one help to setting those career goals or to those study goals. And also, like, asking oneself, why are these the goals you choose? Of course, it could be really cool to learn Rust or something like that. That is, or Haskell. Haskell has been like my learning aspiration for a long time. But then again, like, realistically, if one of your goals is to get a job and to thrive at your job, then I'm afraid there are very few jobs that Haskell or Rust might be helpful in, at least for now. Of course, nobody knows what the future holds, but I would also like encourage people to critically evaluate, like, why are these the things one wants to learn, and also how would you practically apply those skills you gain, because they go away if you don't apply them. Like all of the university exams, it's just long gone 1 month after the exam if you don't use it practically. In assessing your learning, yeah, maybe pair programming could be a good way of doing that. Hobby projects that you can showcase. I would say put everything on GitHub or whatever other public portfolio you want to have. Don't be shy, just put stuff out there and ask for feedback. That's really valuable. Also, maybe ask a mentor. And yeah, one more topic that I wanted to cover is feelings. Maybe this is something that I see female or gender minority developers lift a bit more than the general dev community. Maybe it's changing. I hope it's changing, but I hope in the future more and more technical people could be talking about feelings without feeling awkward. So these are all gifts that I had in my Slack discussion with my tech lead during one day. And I think they describe very well how my emotions go during a day at work. I'm not a very emotional person in my private life, in the sense that I tend to be quite steady, but at work somehow I realized when I started working that there's just so much. I think it's because it's hard, it's difficult. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of feelings of helplessness, maybe feelings of I'm never gonna get this to work, or is this not moving anywhere? Maybe a pull request has been hanging for weeks. And then sometimes you feel like you get something done and you're really happy about it. Or then you just feel very grumpy when something doesn't work out the way you want it to work out. And those are all things that really impact you as a developer, as well as the code you write, as something like how you interact with your colleagues. And I think it's really important that we notice this, that our feelings are part of our job. Maybe for some, maybe more, for some less, especially as junior developers. It can be hard, it can be difficult, it can be frustrating, and that's okay. That's very okay. Kind of accepting that one feels stuff and accepting that one sometimes feels really bad at work, but that feeling will pass. And maybe, of course, if it doesn't pass, then it's time to do something about it, or change your role, or ask like why you're not feeling good. But also like not being afraid to feel bad some days, because that's just part of the job. Sometimes you hear that people say that you learn faster by failing. I don't agree. I think, of course, it's important to fail. Sometimes in Finnish, there's this idiom, you say moka on lahja, which means your failure is a gift. And that's the electricity that went back on. Okay, sorry. So I believe that as learning coding, as learning software engineering, it's also really, really important to have those experiences of success, positive learning experiences, not only feeling bad because one doesn't know enough, but also feeling really good when one learns something or when one gets something to work perfectly. So also like give yourself those experiences, like do hobby projects that are easy enough. Go stay in your comfort zone when you feel like that. kind of don't force yourself to fail all the time, because that's like emotionally really hard. Feelings matter. They impact how you work. They impact how you learn. They impact if you are eager to take on new stuff, eager to learn more things, or if you just want to go home and cry. Here is a screenshot I took from a discussion between me and one of my friends. My friend is a very talented software developer, and just graduated in a technical field. And I think she, as many other developers, occasionally have these feelings of not being enough, just not having, like, even though one is pushing oneself and one is doing a lot of learning outside of work and pushing oneself out of one's comfort zone at work, one can still feel really, maybe vulnerable, maybe, incomplete. Those are all things that we all, as developers, or at least the majority of developers, feel, and kind of noticing that we all feel that way, noticing that others feel that way, and supporting those who do feel that way. Like if your friend tells you they're very stressed out, if your colleague tells you they feel like this, I think it's important for us also to, instead of kind of making them feel like we don't have this problem, making them feel like it's only them who feels this way, we can also open up and share that, yes, this is indeed a feeling that we all have occasionally. It's not like there are some superhuman developers out there who are only winning every day and feel great and always succeed in everything they do, and have the energy to be super coders and do all these fantastic open source projects and read and everything. But we all feel very tired occasionally. And I'm glad to see that there is a talk coming up about burnout also after this. So we'll definitely hang around for that. So look at your own, like, ask yourself how you feel. What is something that you can feel proud about, or what do you feel stressed about? Are you sad to go to work? Or are you happy, curious, excited about something new, something that's going to change? It could even be worth it to monitor during 1 week all of these feelings and emotions, just to jot down, like, each time you feel one of these, that what is the feeling and how often do you feel it. Now, if you notice that you felt really stressed out every day of a week during like the past 3 weeks, then you know that there's something that you need to change. And of course, my talk is not about emotions, but my talk is about learning, and learning will not happen if the emotional side is not okay. So take care of yourself emotionally, monitor your own emotions, and accept that they're part of your also your professional identity, whether you want it or not. One of the conclusive points I have is it's said in Finnish that something takes butt muscles, which means it takes time, and that's actually everything becoming a great developer is about. Is, well, small habits, but also just staying at it, not giving up. I think that's also one thing that a lot of minority developers feel such pressure. Maybe it's their own created pressure, or maybe it's external pressure, but the pressure forces people out of software engineering jobs, maybe into less technical jobs, because they feel like they will never be good enough. But actually just sticking around year in, year out, instead of backing down, will make you, in the end, one of those senior developers who are sitting there and knowing a lot of stuff. that all the juniors are looking up to. So don't give up, hang around, stay determined. I think that's also like what learning is about, at least in this specific case, learning a skill or a craft. So that's all I have to say about learning. Thanks for listening, and please come and shoot me some questions later. I think now it's also a time for Q&A. So, yeah.
I'm muted, sorry. Okay, so anyway, thank you so much, Magda. That was really amazing. You made a lot of excellent points. I especially love that you mentioned how it may be difficult to learn outside of, your job, because I think that's something that at least I definitely felt that pressure to always be, spending my free time coding, and it's just not always realistic. So, and I also love that you said that feelings are part of the job, because I'm a work crier. So I loved it. It felt like a personal shout out. So I really appreciated it. Anyway, we have a lot of questions from the audience. So if it's okay with you, let's dive right into those. Cool. So the first one is from, and I'm sorry if I butcher everyone's names, from Emmanuel. So you mentioned Slack groups for women in technology. Which ones would you recommend? And also there's another one related that said, do you mind sharing a list of all of the podcasts, newsletters, etc. that you're recommending?
Yeah, so I can definitely go through all of the learning resources I mentioned later, and maybe share them with you through some form. For Emmanuel, there are, at least in Sweden, I would really recommend Pink Programming. It's a group for women and non-binaries in tech. They have both like Facebook communities, also a Slack, and also like some events, which are really nice. And I've been part of that community for several years, so it's been a great support. In Finland, there is Ompeluseura Level Up Koodarit, which is a programming community for women and gender minorities. And that's great. Slack, I can maybe forward some invites later, or see if I can find the invite link. Based on that Finnish word, maybe it's not that easy to find. Yeah, I can link that as part of the resources to you guys later, or people later.
Yeah, that would be amazing. And then how do you track your progress as a developer? So how do you track progress in a way that keeps you motivated while you're working maybe on side projects or throughout your career?
I think like during the first years of my work life, I've been switching jobs quite a lot. Maybe it's something that most people do in this field, or maybe it's just me, but I think going to interviews has always been like a good measurement point for what I know and what skills I've collected to that point. So maybe even like thinking of interviews or thinking of those kind of showcasing your skills as measurements points, but also just keeping a log. I think for me, I've been like during the first years of my career, I've been like really going broadly and trying a lot of different things. So now I've been trying to dig deeper into some specific topics, and just like maybe it's part of like I feel like I know more about these now, but I don't have any more concrete ways of tracking how deep my knowledge in that specific language or something is.
No, I think that's great advice to be able to track that way. So, okay, unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for questions right now. But if any of you want to continue the conversation, you can feel free to drop in the professional development channel on Discord. And yeah, thank you so much, Magda. It was really nice.
Thank you.
All right, hello. So our next speaker is Pauline, and she is an avid blogger on her blog, pauline.com. Paw, like animal paw, lean, like I'll drop it in the Discord. But she's also a digital engineering graduate and equality and tech advocate. Her talk is called The Breaking Point, Recovering from Burnout. And I think talking about burnout is so essential because things are always evolving and changing. And as Magda said, learning is just so overwhelming. So anyway, I'm excited and I'll hand it off to you, Pauline.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see so many of you here today tuning in from at home. I went to the You Got This conference back in January, and it was amazing. Really, really enjoyed myself. So it was a real honor to be invited today to speak to you through the At Home Conf. So yes, thank you for that introduction. I'm Pauline, your second speaker for today's conference. I'll be talking about how real burnout is, and I'll also be sharing some tips on spotting early signs and dealing with burnout, so that you can hopefully take that on board and apply it to your own life. It's more important now than ever. Loads of the examples and stories I've shared today
Sorry, 1 second. Your audio is a bit like robotic.
Oh,
do you know if there's any...
is it?
Oh, now it's better. Okay, sorry, just wanted to drop in.
Is it okay?
I think it sounds
Is that okay? Good?
Sounds perfect.
Okay,
All
great.
right, I will get out now.
Perfect. Whew. These online conferences are really stressful, but we're going to get through it. Cool. Yeah, so I'll just be talking about how important that is. And also, like I said, I'm going to be sharing stories about what's happened when things were, normal. But obviously, I've experienced burnout as well during these work from home and remote working times as well. So I'll briefly try and touch up on those as well. So just a quick intro on me. Hi everyone, I'm Pauline. I'm a keen creator, mostly blogging on really important topics to me, such as well-being, tech, personal development, and travel, and loads more on my blog, pauline.com. I loved how it was described as paw, as in the animal print, and then lean. It was meant to be like the flex emoji, like lean. But yeah, I'm currently on a digital engineering grad scheme at BT. Currently, I'm focusing on the amazing world of site reliability engineering, SRE, and it's a lot of fun. I'm actually due to roll off this September, which is both exciting but terrifying at the same time. And I'm an advocate for equality for women, Black folks, and people of color, working on initiatives with various organizations to help bridge gaps, specifically in STEM. And yeah, I actually wear a lot of hats, and to be honest, I absolutely love it. So, my breaking point.
Hello,
my introduction alone, you could probably tell.
I'm so sorry. Your mic is still going very, very robotic. I'm going to request, if possible, everyone can hear me, by the way. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a good time. Is there any way we could do a little mic change? Because I think it might be your mic, and then just go from the top. Is that okay? If it takes a few moments,
yes,
that's fine.
Sure.
But it's brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll hang out here.
We'll do that quickly. 1 sec.
No worries. We'll edit this period out. It won't exist. So don't worry.
Okay, that's good. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me better?
You sound much, much better. So if you wouldn't mind going from the top, so we have a lovely recording without a Dalek version of your voice. And if there's any issues, I'll drop back in, but hopefully not.
Okay, let's go. Let's go from the top. That's okay. Second time lucky.
Yeah.
Am I all right to go?
Yeah, you're all good.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, let's start again. Hello everyone. Thank you for joining me today. It's great to see so many of you tuning in from at home. I'm Pauline, your second speaker for today's conference, and I'll be talking about how real burnout is. I'll also be sharing tips on spotting early signs of burnout and dealing with it, so that hopefully you can take this on board and apply it to your own life. Obviously, all of the stories that I share here today are focused on when things were normal, but obviously the whole dynamic has changed at work and like at home and meetups as well. So yeah, I'm going to try and touch up on them as well throughout the talk. So yeah, just a quick intro on me. Hi everyone, I'm Pauline. I'm a keen creator, mostly blogging on important topics to me, such as well-being, mental health, tech, personal development, and more. You can find more on my blog, pauline.com. I'm currently a digital engineering graduate at BT on the digital engineering graduate scheme. Right now, I'm focusing on the wonderful world of site reliability engineering. And that is, it's all really, really nice and fun. Never done DevOps in my life until like about 6 months ago, so still learning loads. I'm due to graduate in September, which is both very exciting, but also terrifying. And I'm an advocate for women, Black folks and people of color in tech. I work on a lot of initiatives with various different organizations to help bridge gaps in STEM. And yeah, I wear a lot of different hats, but to be honest, I absolutely love it. So my breaking point. From my introduction alone, you could probably tell that I like to dip my toes in lots of different things. And that is great, especially as someone who didn't have a tech background. Because of all of these wonderful things that I've been involved in, I've really been able to pave my way into tech. And the next few slides, I'll try and explain and just showcase my story to you. So back in January 2018, I had just finished my final year January exam. And as soon as I finished them, I immediately thought about all the free time I had to do other things like plan talks, go to events, plan events, write posts, film stuff, learn more tech stuff, do more tech stuff, and apply to so many different jobs. So what did I do? I did it all, literally everything, and just in time for graduation. I was obsessed with this concept of grind and hustle and grind, and making the most out of every second of the 24 hours that I had. And obviously, the work that I did really did pay off. And today I'm in tech, learning so many different things and actively contributing to some pretty cool stuff. And at the time, I thought I was becoming Superwoman, but listing it out all like that now makes me feel really silly for not seeing this inevitable future of burnout. But just as a side note, I still think that I am Wonder Woman, Superwoman, but I'm less dependent on external things to make me feel like I am. So shortly after finishing my final university exams, I moved to Leeds, where I currently live, to start my summer internship the following Monday. I had hardly moved into Leeds or even so much properly took like a proper breath at this point. This is just an example of what my calendar looked like from finishing my summer internship and then going into my grad scheme. It was a similar sort of structure to how when I finished uni, I started my summer internship that next Monday. So as you can see here, on the Friday, I finished my summer internship and I was feeling pretty good, pretty positive because I contributed quite a bit. I was really proud of what I've achieved in the last 3 months whilst trying to adapt to working from home. home, working from home, adapted to living in Leeds. So then on the Saturday and the Sunday, I had to start preparing for my grad scheme. And so the first 2 weeks of your grad scheme, I actually had to go to travel all in like across the country in all sorts of areas because they had several different sessions, and so I had to pack, had to make sure that on Sunday I was at Ipswich for Monday at like 8:30. So that was a full-on day. We had like train delays, so I was probably traveling that day for like almost like 7 hours. It was absolutely ridiculous because of trains. But then, yeah, the Monday to the like Thursday to the Friday, I just had full day induction. And eventually, as you can see from the emojis over the week, I went from being really optimistic and very like upbeat, really excited, to feeling really overwhelmed, to being really tired, and eventually feeling quite burnt out and ill. But I pressed on. I actually was really unwell during my induction event, and I think it was a mixture of like homesickness, but also like trying to take everything in. It's really, really overwhelming when you start a new job, as you probably know. So then, and once again, when I started my actual job in Leeds, in addition to like adjusting to my new working life and learning stuff at work, I just sort of like suffered from like really bad anxiety and fear after like moving away and after doing the induction. And pretty much I just felt super, super overwhelmed. And so what I usually do, and I have always done this, and I can't really explain why, but whenever I get overwhelmed, I just continue to overwhelm myself with other things by adding more to my plate. It sort of was like a hope for me to crush my anxiety. I don't know if anyone else feels this way. I've never really spoken out loud about this, and I'll be actually quite interested to know if anyone else has done this before. Whenever they felt overwhelmed, they just add more to make themselves feel better, but it just like goes the wrong way. So I added more to my plate just to hope to like crush my anxiety. Obviously that didn't work, but it did work throughout university. But when I entered the working world, as well as like personal stuff going on, I just kept doing it. As you can see there, did more learning. I started teaching my Code First Girls courses after work. Did more self-imposed learning after work. I attended meetups. I did more blogging. I did more learning, and my days were literally just learning, working, and working towards a goal that I really that at the time was really important to me. But eventually I started to realize that this is unsustainable, because what does this result to? It results in burnout. So burnout is a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excess and prolonged stress. It occurs when you feel overwhelmed, emotionally drained, and unable to meet constant demands. So that's how I was feeling, and it took me quite a while to spot the signs. And it's sometimes quite difficult to spot these signs of burnout when you're so focused on your goal. I know that happened to me. I just was like, I want to make sure that I make such a huge impact as soon as I enter this new job. I want to make sure that I make a great impression. I want to make sure that people take me seriously. So I was really focused on learning about the company, learning about like how they work, learning about the different code bases, and I just wanted to contribute from day one and hit the ground running. But sometimes that's not, like I said, sustainable or healthy in the long run. And these are just some warning signs that I slowly started to realize and recognize over time, and that you should also look out for. So, friends and family kindly telling you to slow down. It was like everyone was warning me about it, and it seemed like I was taking too much on and slowly spiraling out of control. But I just couldn't see it. And I actually always responded to like friends and family with things like, I know what I'm doing fine. It's only this, it's only that. I just need to do this, I need to do that. Just leave me alone. Stop like trying to derail me. And sometimes, like I said, it just felt like they were trying to stop me or slow me down for some reason. And it actually, upon reflection, it was actually the fact that they cared for me. They were just talking to me because, and taking me to one side and being like, you need to sort of, take it down a notch and like just keep calm and everything. But because they just cared about my mental health and well-being. So if people are saying this, it might be good to take a moment to reflect. They might just be genuinely worried for you. The second one is not getting enough sleep. I was actually running on 5 to 6 hours of sleep most days in 2018, and I knew that sleep was important at the time, but sometimes I just physically couldn't sleep because all I wanted to do was go through my to-do list and tick it off and do some more learning, do some more, working towards my goals. I was just so wired with all the things that I needed to do. And, this is obviously a massive red flag, because if you're replacing sleep for extra hours of work to tick things off your to-do list, that is so unhealthy. That is a massive red flag. And nowadays, I just sleep. I prioritize sleep. Like, it doesn't matter if I don't get my my goals for the day done, I just go to sleep. It's okay. Everything's fine. And yeah, so that is a massive red flag. Losing interest. So my interest in things like my blog, videos, and even like health began to suffer. People began to notice the lack of like enthusiasm that I had towards things, and I found myself stuck in a cycle of negative thoughts. And I was like irritable to the people that I love the most, and it was just really negative. And if you start like losing interest in what used to be something that you got up for in the morning, it might be a sign that you're running low on battery. Similar to my last point, if you feel like constantly down and experiencing lots of negative emotions, I know I felt like this because of all the things that I said yes to. I started to realize that my 24 hours wasn't enough. And this actually led to a lot of dread and anxiety. I said yes to everything, so I felt like I just needed to do everything. And then because I knew I didn't have time, it just stressed me out even more. And then on top of that, I started getting anxious. I started avoiding people, and I started just like I was just in such a negative cycle that I wasn't very pleasant to be around. And yeah, and it just wasn't good, because like I signed up to something I was really excited about in the first place, but then suddenly I was like, actually, I don't want to do this anymore. And overall, my days just started to feel like one big chore, and I hated it. Again, another big red flag. Cognitive problems. So if you're forgetting things a little bit all over the place and making silly mistakes, bursting out into like different emotions, you might be experiencing burnout. I know that this is definitely something my partner can tell you that I do a lot. Whenever I'm like piling up with loads of different things, saying yes to everything, I could just be all over the place to the point that I can't even think straight. And falling ill. Nothing hits you more in the face than this one. During the summer of 2018, when I confirmed my place on my 2-year grad scheme, when I finished my summer internship on the Friday, I took the weekend to prepare for the induction event the following week. And like I said, it was an intense next few weeks. I was traveling up and down the country. I was feeling exhausted from all the traveling, mentally exhausted from all the networking. And one night, like I said earlier, I actually fell quite ill, to the point like I had to skip a few days on the induction events and actually ended up missing more stuff. And it got to a point I was actually in my hotel room just staring at the ceiling, because I was like, why do I feel so bad? I feel terrible right now. And that was like the first hit. And you know, people deal with overwhelm in different ways, and this was my way. Like I was just taking on more things. So when I eventually got better during my induction event, I was like, okay, catch me up. I need to do this. Catch me up. I need to make sure that I'm up to speed with everything. And when I actually started my grad scheme, I was actually ill for a few days with like a random cold or a really bad migraine, and it was really weird because I never get ill, but then every single month when I started my grad scheme, the first 6 months, I was always ill for like 5 days, 3 days with like a migraine or a cold. Like my immune system was saying, Pauline, you need to go back a bit, reflect, you need to like calm down, don't stress yourself out, because it really shows, it really physically gets you. And you know, this is actually a really, this leads me on to Ariana. She actually shared her story on burnout a few times now, and I highly recommend that you listen to a few of her interviews and talks about the subject, because she has some really great insights. But there was one day that one story that she talked about where she actually collapsed from overworking herself. This actually led her to waking up with a pool of blood on her desk, because she was so mentally exhausted. She must have fallen asleep or something and then hit her head on her table, and then when she woke up, there was just blood everywhere, and then she ended up having a broken cheekbone as well, which is crazy. That's what like exhaustion does to you. She actually said in the past, I had 1,000 wishes before this, but now after the incident, she only wished for one thing, and that was to get better. And again, it just reflects back to what I said before. It was like my body was screaming for help and saying, please slow down, please stop. And when your body is like screaming this at you, you just have to take a step back and listen. So, how can we deal with burnout once we experience it? So, dealing with burnout is something I'm still constantly learning about, but I feel like I've, over the years, I've started to develop some strategies since my breaking point that I continue to practice today when I spot early signs of burnout. So the first one is to be honest with yourself. Looking back at that time in my life, I know that a lot of it was caused by unnecessary pressure that I put on myself. I've had to ask myself some really tough questions, like, why am I actually doing this? And from this one simple question, I realized that I have quite a bit of deep, like, rooted beliefs that pressure me to say yes all the time. Ones that I've like personally found that like a belief that I found is my self-worth. So this again is very it's something I didn't realize until I had that honest conversation with myself, and I realized that I actually attach a lot of my self-worth to how much I can produce. So whether that's content, whether that's like my new job, or like amount of lines of code I wrote that day, and that is very, very toxic, because there's this like hustle obsession, productivity addiction, and ridiculous work ethic that I link to my identity. And it doesn't really help when you see the most successful people that you look up to, and they're like the shining example of this. These people are great for inspiration and motivation, without a doubt, but where do we actually draw the line? That is something that you just need to be honest with yourself. And if you are equating your self-worth and value to your output, it might be just a good time to step back and think about what really, really matters. This exercise really helped me understand my motivations and shift my mindset around productivity overall. It turns out rest is a huge part of success. Something to consider. I usually like to ask myself these questions. How does this serve me? How does this serve others? Can I do this on time and with top quality? If not, can I recommend someone else? And these questions really deserve honest answers, and it's like sort of a framework that I've developed nowadays whenever I'm deciding to do a project or deciding to speak at an event. And this is just so much more of a considered approach rather than just jumping headfirst. And also the last bit is, if you can't do it and you say no, make sure that you like pass that on to someone else, because it might be a really good opportunity for someone else to take up. And yeah, I've been practicing it the last few months, and it's been really fun. Block out time for you. So this is just the physical act of blocking out time on your calendar can help you commit more time for yourself. This has worked for me, and I have a few blocks throughout my day now where I can literally just focus on whatever I want. So I call this Project Me. So these blocks during my day have helped me stay sane. I fill them with things that really inspire me, that really energizes me, and that includes like exercise, journaling, blogging, and taking care of my plants. So sometimes we just need that physical block of time to do that. Disconnect. In our 24/7 world, sometimes we just need to walk away from the internet for a bit. And I think like social media is fantastic, especially during this time, because like you connect with more people, and it's great to stay connected. But sometimes seeing what other people are doing can make life feel like a bit of a sprint. So when it's more of a marathon, staying offline, invest in more offline habits. If you like reading, drawing, or going outside to walk around safely, connecting with friends instead of feeds. I took my first social media break ever last year for a couple of weeks, and I returned feeling so much more at ease. And I just think that we deserve to give ourselves a little break from the overwhelm of social media and just let our minds wander for a bit. Staying mindful. I personally love keeping a track of how I'm feeling day in, day out. And you can do this with journaling or using several different apps. I can recommend some that I've been using recently, and I'll link that in the Discord later. This has helped me be more aware of like any early warning signs of burnout as they crop up. And I always use this as a way to remind myself of like positive messages that my self-worth isn't defined by my productivity, because sometimes we just need these reminders. And yeah, this is just do nothing, walk away for a bit, literally switch off everything and just walk away. It's okay. I know it can feel like you need to be on something, you need to be on like social media, you need to like constantly be doing something, but sometimes you can just walk away and just do nothing, and that's fine. Recharge your batteries. For me, in 2019 was my year of recharging. I spent most of my time traveling, reading books, and finally catching up with the MCU. With no regrets, Iron Man is the strongest Avenger. And yeah, so this doesn't actually mean the end of taking up opportunities. Just because you have decided to prioritize your health, it doesn't mean that you're quitting. It just means that you're taking a break, and you'll be returning with a new burst of enthusiasm and energy that allows you to do your very best. And if there's one thing you want to remember from this talk and take away from this talk, it's this. We need to let go of this destructive belief that if you keep working hard constantly, you will succeed, because it's just unhealthy and unsustainable. I love this quote that I'm showing up on the screen right now. So, you won't find true balance unless you install checks on your time, energy, and other resources. Draw the lines. You will not cross lines with permanent markers, laser beams, and barbed wire. Defend your bandwidth with repeated and firm resolve. Your survival depends on it. We aren't machines, so let's stop acting like one. Thank you so much, and stay safe out there, folks.
Yay, amazing. Thank you. I work at an early stage startup and I did not realize how much I needed that talk until you were talking and I was like, "Whoa." All right, so let's dive right into the questions. There are a ton of them. So the first one is, what are the steps that one can take to scale back on activities when you're starting to see the signs of burnout?
I think one thing I've done in the past is just writing like a list on a piece of paper and just writing it all out. So writing out every single thing that you need to do and then prioritize. It is literally just in order to find the best balance, is just you have to prioritize. You need to make sure if there's anything that's looming over you, like a deadline in the next few weeks, you prioritize that. But if not, if it can wait, if it's like a long-term thing, you don't have to do it straight away. You don't have to like launch yourself to make sure that you know this just because like other people are currently talking about it. So yeah, just like writing a to-do list and prioritizing has really helped me personally.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, that's amazing. And then this one's pretty related, but do you have any tips on how to communicate that's a hard word, communicate your need to drop things once you've already committed to them, or maybe communicating with your employers as well?
That's a really, really good question, because that's something I really struggle with, because at work I have in the past said, yes, I'll do this feature, yes, I'll do this interview, I'll do that. And it can be quite difficult because like you feel like obliged to just keep going because you've already committed. And I used to believe that if I've already committed, I can't go back. I just have to keep on doing it, even though I'm feeling overwhelmed, even though my mental health is like really, really bad. So again, it's just one of those things that I've practiced over time. And so what's helped me is if I'm too scared to tell my employer, I usually like take a colleague to one side and explain how I'm feeling. So sometimes that's just a normal conversation, like, oh my God, I feel really overwhelmed. I committed to this, but I can't do it anymore. I don't have the mental capacity to do it anymore. And usually when I talk to someone else about it, they're like, okay, they sort of like, they have that like overview where they're like, actually, yeah, you're obviously really burnt out, and they can give me like an objective perspective, and that usually helps. So then after I've spoken to that colleague, I usually then just go to my employer and talk about it and have that sort of same structure that I've already practiced with my colleague, because yeah, so that just works. And yeah, it can be quite difficult, but I truly believe that if your employer really cares about you, they will accommodate how you're feeling and make adjustments, because like I said, we're not machines, we are people, and we need to start treating ourselves like people.
Yeah, definitely. And on a similar topic of being, or, wanting to talk about burnout in the workplace, what are some ways that you can help lead a change away from a culture of burnout in your workplace, especially for those of us who, are working for these kind of like really hustling startups, and what can we do?
That's a really good question. So what we've recently done at BT, because well-being and mental health has recently become such an important topic in the workplace, which is great. It's great that people are starting to have these conversations. So what we've actually done is we've created like different guilds within our teams. So we have like a well-being guild, and the well-being guild, we have like a committee of people who literally it's like 20% of their of the amount of work they do is like contributing to the like well-being guild, and improving ways to like advocate for like well-being practices. So one thing we recently did, because everyone's working from home now, is the Wellbeing Guild has been sending out like care parcels to people. So you go onto their Slack channel and you basically nominate someone you think that needs sort of like a reminder that everything's going to be okay, even if you like slow down a little bit, which is really good. It sort of like calls people out in a way that's like, you need to calm down. You need to like dial it down a little bit because you're stressing yourself for no reason. Sometimes we just need someone to say that to us. So what they've done is they started sending these care packages, which is really, really kind, really, really nice. So yeah, if my advice would be try and like organize like some sort of committee or a group that just focuses on pushing like that well-being and mental health agenda to the workplace. And that's definitely something I've noticed in my team. It has helped me as well. Just take a step back whenever I'm like obviously on the verge of burnout and other people can see it and I can't. So and also everyone at BT gets like wellness, mental health, and like burnout related training, so that managers especially can have these conversations with the employees to tell them, it's okay if you take an hour or two out of your day just to like have a nap or take a break. So yeah, that's been nice, and something that potentially you could have a conversation with your employer.
I love the idea of nominating colleagues and sending little packages. It's so wholesome. I love it. Thank you for sharing. And thank you so much for your talk and generally your vulnerability. I really appreciate it. And that's unfortunately all the time that we have for questions. But yeah, thank you, Pauline. So for anyone who wants to continue this conversation about burnout or self-care, you can head over to the self-care channel on Discord. And now we'll hear from one of our sponsors.
Hey everyone, it's me, Shai. I'm back again, and I'm here today not as an organizer right now. I've changed my t-shirt to show that I've changed what I'm talking about. Instead, I'm coming to you as a sponsor. Now, all of the sponsors at You Got This From Home are going to get a little bit of time to talk about the stuff that they do and their products, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. So Contentful is the company that I work for. I'm a developer evangelist there, and we build some really awesome tools. We're mostly known for our content platform. So what that means is we have an API that helps deliver content and kind of bridge the gap between non-technical editorial teams and developers. So let me show you a concrete example of this. Now, last year for adulting.dev, we built the original adulting.dev website off of Flask and Contentful. So rather than show you something vague, I'm actually going to do a quick technical dive into how that website works and how the Contentful part of it works. So let's go. All right, so this is the adulting.dev website, and this is a fairly kind of simple one-page website. I just have it running locally. It's a Flask website, so it's a fairly simple thing to run, just Python and then the application. And it's broken down into these different blocks of content. So we have our hero block here with the cool rocket, the melody our designer made. We have a content block, which gets reused. It has a heading, it has some information. We have the same thing right here, even though it looks different, it's actually the same content style. We have kind of a map area. I have the keys set for the Google Maps API to only work on the adulting.dev domain, which is why it's not here. We have a sponsor type, and oh no, some jerk went ahead and took Contentful off as one of the adulting.dev sponsors. So I'm gonna go ahead and fix that. So if we jump over into the adulting.dev Contentful space, we can take a look at all of the content that we have here. Now we have this homepage type. We have bits of content blocks, which kind of are things that I've set up, so they have titles and they have content in them. And we can actually click into content models and see how they're abstractly represented. So content block, like I said, has a title, has a slug that I use for in-site linking, and then it has a piece of content. So if we go click into the homepage, the homepage is kind of just a collection of the content that I've made. So I can do things like rearrange it, so I can pull sponsor up to the top, and I can click into it, so I can fix the sponsor logo issue. So I can go ahead and click Contentful here, I can insert it, and then I can go ahead and ignore 1Password updating and hit publish change. And now when I go ahead and I refresh this page, the ordering of the page should have shifted. Oh, I've got to publish the page as well. And now the order is shifted. So we'll have our sponsors at the top, right, as you can see, and you've got Contentful up here as well, which is pretty exciting. And I can go into any of these and kind of edit them fairly easily. Now this is the kind of interface that non-technical folks like editorial teams and writers can be really powerful in. It's really difficult for them to be writing things like Markdown or using code. So by connecting things up to Contentful, you make it so it's really easy to collaborate with these non-technical counterparts that you might get to work with. So jumping into the code really quickly, the code is pretty fun. So we're bringing in our dependencies, we're connecting into Contentful and Google Maps, and then we're running one page because it's a one-page website. So we've got one route, we've got homepage. We hit and we pull that homepage that I was showing you earlier. We pass all of the information over to Flask's rendering, which is awesome. So we can go ahead and take a look at how that's handling it. It's just a for loop. It just loops through all of those reference types and just passes over the information. So if it's a content type or a content block, we're going to pass it over to content block. If it's that map type or a sponsor type, we're going to go pass it over. And that way we can reuse the content as well, which is pretty cool. Now, this site is all open source. We open source the entire adulting.dev website. You can go check it out at github.com/adulting-dev, and the whole website is right there if you want to fork it and mess around with it as well. We've got a bunch of other really cool examples that we've made. I just put out an Eleventy powered photo gallery, which you can check out at GitHub, Contentful, Eleventy Contentful Gallery, and we have all sorts of other cool stuff over at the Contentful developer portal, which you can check out at contentful.com/developers. I hope this was informative, and I'm hanging out on Discord. I'm in all the channels because I'm helping organize the conference, but if you want to talk about Contentful stuff, definitely check out the Contentful channel in the Discord. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, yeah, so thank you, Contentful. And I also want to say thank you to all of our sponsors because this would not be possible or free without them. And for anyone, also welcome back to everyone else. And for anyone just joining the stream, I'm your host, Carolyn, and this is You Got This From Home, a conference that talks about the core skills necessary for having a happy, healthy work life. If you registered for this event in advance, you can head over to our Discord and join the conversations happening there. This is where you can ask speakers questions directly and also chat with other attendees. And finally, before we continue with the talks, it's important to note that we have a code of conduct that we expect you all to follow throughout this event. You can find that on yougotthis.io/conduct. If you have any questions or there's anything at all during this event that makes you feel uneasy or uncomfortable, please reach out to one of our organizers, Kevin or Shai, or you can fill out the form that's on the bottom of the Code of Conduct page. So there's this stereotype when you're a developer or when you hear about tech people that, you know, they're hacking away somewhere in a basement and never communicating with other humans. But this is not reality pretty much at all. So, and this next talk that we have combats that directly. So our next speaker is Katie, and she is a software engineer at Capital One and an organizer of the Not.js meetup, not as in like, I think it's the city, and like NOTT. So, and her talk is called The Art of Communication, and we're thrilled to have you, Katie. Take it away.
Hey, hi, I'm Katie, and today I'm going to be talking about the art of communication. So, I don't know about you, but growing up, there was really a stereotype of what a programmer looks like and how they work. You know, they're alone in a basement, they don't see anybody, they don't work with anybody. By extension, I assume that working in tech would be kind of similar, maybe not the whole basement atmosphere, but it would still be quite a lonely career to be in. As I got older and I went to university, these perceptions shifted a little bit from being this completely lonesome task to something a little bit more sociable. I expected that when I graduated and I got a job, I'd spend most of my time coding alone, and maybe I'd be in a daily stand-up every now and then, and I'd have like time to work with my teammates if I needed help or I got stuck on something. The reality of working in tech is quite different. We're often in open plan offices, which are really sociable. We work in teams, and there's a lot of emphasis on teamwork, and it's a very social environment. The reality of my usual workday is something a little bit more like this. I probably only spend about 10% of my time working alone, as I'm nearly always pair programming, in a meeting, chat with stakeholders, or context sharing meetings with my colleagues. There's also agile ceremonies, which are also really team focused. This won't be the same for everyone in every company, but for me, this is the norm. I also really enjoy going to meetups and conferences when I can. These are also really sociable, as a lot of the time, the events will have breaks so that you can go and network and chat with people, which makes them excellent places to meet people. But it can be really challenging if you attend alone and you struggle walking up to people and just starting a conversation. Therefore, we spend an awful lot of time working with other people in tech, so communication is a really important part of working in the industry. Hi, I'm Katie. I'm a junior software engineer working at Capital One. I've been there about 10 months. I graduated about a year ago, so I'm very new to the tech world. I have a really mixed relationship with working in a sociable job. I love the people I work with, but sometimes I really struggle with my communication skills and my confidence, and that can hinder how I do my job. Sometimes I'm surrounded by really extroverted, confident people, and it makes sometimes speaking up in meetings quite difficult. Sometimes I just can't get a word in, or maybe I just don't want to say anything that day. Maybe I'm just on a more quiet mood, or maybe I don't have anything to add to conversation. My performance reviews so far have generally been, "You're doing great, just speak up in team a little bit more," or "You're good at XYZ, just make sure you're a little bit more confident when you present your ideas." And that's where today's talk stems from. So, today I'm going to be talking about introversion versus extroversion. How can this affect your how your personality can affect your career and how it can affect others around you? Identifying strengths and weaknesses in your communication skills, and then finally, how you can actually improve your communication skills. So, introversion versus extroversion. So here are some definitions that I found on the Oxford Dictionary website. For the introvert, a quiet person who is more interested in their own thoughts and feelings and spending time with other people, and an extrovert, a lively and confident person who enjoys being with other people. I don't know about you, but these definitions are a little bit limiting to me. What happens if you're a quiet person, but you really love people? Where does a quiet, confident person sit in these definitions? I don't think there are set traits to either group, and I think it's fair enough to identify either one or the other, but also if you're maybe in the middle or you don't identify with either of them. Personally, I work with loads of really confident people who are introverts and many thoughtful extroverts. I actually work in a team where a lot of people identify as introverts, but they vary so wildly in personality. You know, some are very chatty and some are more reserved, even though they all fit under the same kind of introvert group. So, how can these personality types affect how you work? As an extrovert, you're generally going to be a bit more sociable. Maybe you're more outgoing. Maybe you're more confident speaking up in meetings or walking up to strangers and having a chat. If this is you, you can use this confidence and experience to help others around you who aren't as comfortable in these skills. Here are some of the ways you can help. Firstly, you can invite others into your spaces. A really kind of popular idea at the moment is how if you're like in a big group situation, maybe you're like in a circular, maybe you're at a conference or you're, I don't know, waiting for your lunch, and you're in this like group, just make sure that you leave a little gap so that someone else wants to join the conversation, they can easily walk into that gap and join it. You know, if you think how difficult it can be if everyone's huddled together and there's no physical room to get into the conversation, you're probably not going to try and push your way in, because especially if you're a bit shy, that's going to be really difficult. So just make sure that you leave a gap so that people can join, and then once people do join, just make sure you extend the gap so it always has space for someone else. It's important also to give others opportunities to speak. So I think this is really important at the moment in video conferencing world, because unlike real conversations, like group conversations in your life, you know, usually you have maybe one person speaking and then there'll be a few people in the background, maybe chatting to each other. You can't really do this over like things like Zoom or Google Hangouts because you can only hear one person at a time. So it can be really hard for more quieter people to speak up. If you're more confident in this situation, maybe you're hosting the meeting or you're just generally quite a confident person, you could suggest using some of the features that come with these pieces of software, so such as breakout rooms or raise hand. So breakout rooms are really good because it's how you like split down a big meeting into little groups. So it can be a lot easier for people to feel like they have a voice when there's not a massive group of people to talk to. Similarly, the raise hand, it's kind of like a symbolic, I want to speak. And this can be a lot easier than, for example, If someone's like chatting away and they're not leaving any gaps, it can be quite hard to butt in and say, hey, actually, I want to say something. And finally, make sure you invite them into the conversation. People tend to have cues for when they want to speak. They might physically kind of sit forward in their chair. They might look like they're about to speak, but maybe they don't, like they're not physically speaking because they don't want to butt in. But generally people have cues like that. You know, always try and invite them into the conversation. And I think it's really important to make sure that everyone has a voice. So shy people might not be able to make that physical kind of I want to speak kind of thing. As an introvert, I think you can also adapt things to work better for you. You don't have to just stick to the status quo if something isn't working in your work life. So for example, maybe you prefer to have materials up front before a meeting so you don't get bombarded in the meeting and then have to make a decision up front. So if this is you, you could always, get in contact with the organizer beforehand, see if you can get that material beforehand so you can have time to digest it before the meeting instead of getting a stress of getting put on you during the meeting. I think it's important to know that also differences of personality are really good for running teams. There's going to be times where there's going to be some really loud people in a group and some really quiet people, and it might be really hard for the quiet people to get in. However, I think if you can get past that initial tension between personality types, having a mixture is really, really great. Because if you think that maybe some introverts are better at digesting information long term, so maybe they like to have a good think about things. Some extroverts, like to be given a problem and come up with a solution really quickly. So if you think those two people pretty work really well together, because the extrovert might be able to come up with a solution quick, and then the introvert can go away and have a think about it and maybe find some problems with the solution, and then they can come back and then work through it together. Also, I think it's important to know that you need to be patient with people. I definitely sometimes struggle. Maybe I'll be in a conversation with lots of people and there's someone who's chatting loads and I just want to try and get a word in, but I can't. And I get quite frustrated sometimes. However, I think it's important to know that just like I tend to be more quiet, some people are just chatty and they can't help it any more than I can help myself. And also helping other introverts. You know what it's like sometimes when you just can't get a word in or you're struggling in some situations. Well, sometimes this isn't going to be you and you're going to be feeling quite confident. Maybe you're with a group of friends that you know really, really well. So you're maybe not as shy as normal. If there's someone else in the room that you can see is a little bit more shy and a bit quiet, invite them into the conversation and make them feel how you would have liked to feel in their situation. Next, I'm going to look at identifying your strengths and weaknesses. I don't think this is necessarily associated with your personality type. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses to their communication skills, and everyone has opportunities to grow. When you're first looking at assessing yourself, it's good to get feedback. Firstly, I like to do some self-evaluation. I do this by making some lists and collecting some evidence. So these lists might be of things that I think I'm good at, maybe some things that I want to be better at. And the evidence will be things that I've maybe remembered from the past. So if I was maybe doing a presentation like maybe a few months ago and someone came up to me afterwards and said, oh, that was really good. I found it really informative or well spoken. That's the kind of evidence that I would put down to say that one time it was very important for that person. I think it's important to be critical when you're doing this, but also give yourself credit. Depending on your personality type, you might be more tending towards writing a list of all the things you're really great at, but maybe glossing over the things you're not so good at. Or likewise, you might be someone who's really negative and you're really easy to find flaws with yourself, but not what you're good at. Just make sure you try and make this balanced. It's important that you find things that you want to improve on, but you also need to give yourself credit for things you are good at. And finally, I like to include non-official skills. So you might overlook things that you are good at, things like being compassionate or really empathetic listener. These are traits that people really do remember about you and will respect you for. So it's important to include them when you're evaluating yourself. After that, I like to go into peer review. So you can ask your manager, your colleagues, your team members, your friends, family, whoever, for some feedback on your communication skills. I would just say that when you do this, make sure they're structured in the way you ask. If you just go to them and you say, what am I good at? They can have no idea, firstly, probably what you're talking about, but also how do they start to begin to think of what you're good at? Unless you're like a professional speaker, that probably isn't the first thing they're going to think of. So when you ask your questions, make sure they're structured. So for example, I presented at X meeting last week. Do you think my explanations were clear and easy to follow? That way they're going to know exactly what meeting you're talking about, and they're going to be able to give you some really good feedback. So you've had to think about yourself, and you've asked your teammates for what you're good at. So what are you good at? This might be giving presentations, explaining technical concepts in simple terms, or it might be how you're really empathetic and kind when people come to you with their problems. All of these are really important and help you stop falling into feelings of imposter syndrome and similar feelings of not feeling good enough to be in your job. It's worth thinking about, how can I leverage these skills in my career, and can I help others with my skills? So, where could I improve my communication skills? I think just like programming, you can practice and improve your skills. Think about what you want to improve and set some goals to do this. It's important that these goals are realistic, time-bound, etc., because there's no point saying I want to be better at public speaking and not setting any more specific goals around that. It'd be more useful for you to say, okay, I want to speak at 3 events by this time next year. That makes it a bit more realistic for maybe and it's more achievable because it's, not too many, not too little, etc. And it also means in a year's time, you can come back to it and you can say, yep, tick off this goal, I did it. Or, no, I didn't do it, why didn't I do it? Next, once you've got some goals, you can start to seek opportunities to work towards these goals. So some opportunities are going to be coming towards you. You'll be maybe one of your goals will be that you want to be better at mentoring like more junior developers than you. And you might be at work one day and someone sends you an email and says, hey, we've got some interns coming. Would you be interested in mentoring? That would be fantastic, that opportunity, because it'd be exactly what your goal was before. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So you might have to go out and look for opportunities rather than coming to you. For example, if you want to go speak at events, you might have to go look for conferences or look for meetups that are looking for speakers. Finally, it's good to reflect on these goals. It's really important to realize how far you've improved, because otherwise you might just shrug it off as, yeah, I'm a bit better at speaking now. But what does that really help? If you went from never speaking in public to doing 3 talks, that's amazing. And you need to be able to kind of take that positivity and let it drive you forward. So here are some kind of common struggles and areas for improvement. Building connection with others can be really, really daunting for some people, especially when you're in a work environment when there's a lot of pressure. When you're in a work environment, there's definitely a feeling that you have to get on with everyone, because obviously to do your job well, you need to be friendly with everyone. But there's a lot of pressure sometimes with maybe there's people you really don't get along with. So you need to be able to work through that. It can be really hard to get past the awkward small talk phase. All I would say with this is just be patient. I know personally I would rather skip it completely and kind of get along with everyone and not have to deal with the awkward weather small talk with everyone. But realistically, that's just not going to happen. You do have to suffer a little bit to be friends with people. It's important to accept that you're not going to click with everyone. There's always going to be people that you just can't get really a good conversation going. I know this applies a lot to me because I'm definitely a listener. So if the other person is a listener too, it can be really difficult for us to have a chat. So people like that, I'm probably never going to get on with amazingly well. As long as you can get to the amicable stage of the relationship so that you can at least get your work done together, that's great. So as I said, some people are listeners rather than talkers. So it's important sometimes to consider other things. For example, active listening. I think active listening is a really important skill for everyone, but I found it really helps me because I'd rather not always be the main focal point in a conversation. I'm often quiet when I'm in one-to-one situations or in group conversations, so I worry that people don't think I'm interested in the conversation, or I'm not listening, or maybe I'm just being rude. Being an active listener in these situations really helps me feel involved with the conversation and receptive to what they're saying, and therefore they can see I do care about talking to them, even if I'm not necessarily saying a lot myself. Active listening is really paying attention to what someone is saying and how they're saying it. It's having the ability to interpret a person's body language, which lets us develop a more accurate understanding of the speaker's message. I like this quote, which is, "We may believe that we are good listeners, but listening is more than waiting for your turn to interrupt." And I think this is really true. How many times has someone been talking to you and you've suddenly remembered this really funny joke about something they've said, and then you're thinking so hard about how you're going to deliver this joke? When should I say it? How should I say it? That by the time you've really kind of settled all of that in your mind, you missed half of what they've said. It's really important that you are involved with conversations all the time. So this can be through things like nonverbal involvement, for example. This is things like maybe nodding along, just showing that you're understanding what they're saying. And it's things like not looking off into the distance, playing on your phone, playing with your fingers while you're listening to them. Next, I think it's good to ask questions. I think this shows that you're both interested in the conversation and you want to continue it. And then repeating in your own words what you believe the other person said are ways to show that you follow the conversation and you understand what they're saying and what they mean. As I said before, small talk is something I struggle with a lot, and I think I have been improving over the years, as I do think it is something you get better with time. It happens all the time at work, and it's probably going to be something you have to deal with during your career. You're at the coffee machine, you're in the lunch queue, you're waiting for meetings to start, it's everywhere. My approach to small talk is to make sure I start with a broad and not too close topic. I'd love to talk about sometimes the weird TV show that I watched at 3 a.m. the night before with one of my colleagues, but realistically, they're probably not going to have seen it and it's going to end the conversation quite quickly. I like to chain topics together that I feel confident talking about. So although I complain about weather small talk a lot, I think it's actually sometimes quite a good topic to start with, because a lot of the time it can go from things like, oh, the weather was nice last weekend. I went to this burger place that was amazing, nearly as good as this other burger place. And then they'll probably chime in with, actually, I really like pizza. And, the conversation can go from there. I think it's important to try and remember a few details about each person so you can have a chat with them in the future about it. Do they have children? Have they just moved house? Are they into running? I think when you see people a lot, maybe you see someone every day, you're not going to have to make such an effort to remember things about them. You're probably just going to do it naturally. But sometimes if you maybe only see someone, once a month, once a week for a scheduled meeting, trying to remember a few things about them can really help the next time you do bump into them. I would say sometimes bringing up hobbies, things like sports, can be a bit on the edge, because I don't know anything about running, so it's always a bit risky to start a running conversation. But then I go into the kind of active listening stage where I'll start to ask them questions about their hobby. So even though I have just started a conversation about something I don't know, at least I can learn something out of it as well. I really do think that practice only makes for improvement when it comes to small talk. Personally, I've found that when I'm exposed to it a lot, things like when you start a new job and there's loads of new people to meet, those are the times where I get my best from small talk. But don't worry if you're not always at your top form when it comes to small talk, because it can be quite hard. I think it's really important to push yourself out of your comfort zone when it comes to your communication skills, even if it's just a tiny, tiny bit at a time. If you're always in your comfort zone, you might not be growing and learning. Now, I'm not saying go out and sign up to a TED Talk or go and mentor 5 interns next week if you've never done it before. Whether it's just to go out and chat to one new person at a meetup or give a small presentation at work, they all count towards building your communication skills and confidence loads. If you feel up for it, public speaking can be a really rewarding way of building your confidence, even if right now you think it's the scariest thing ever. Start really small. Things like local meetups and lightning talks are really great. Meetups are great because they're often looking for beginner speakers. They're not as daunting as a massive conference, for example. And you can always attend them beforehand to make sure you feel safe in the environment. Lightning talks are great because they're really short, so you don't have to prepare an hour-long lecture to go and do your first talk. I'd recommend talking about topics that you're passionate about. It's really hard, I've found, to do really technical talks that I maybe only learned the content recently. Whereas if you talk about a topic that you know loads about, if you go blank on the day about talking about it, at least then you have a bit of a natural ability to have a chat about it, rather than forgetting this really complex equation you have to write while writing this piece of code. A lot of conferences have first-time speaker schemes, so this is really great for signaling to you as a beginner speaker that they're looking for speakers of all experience. I think sometimes, I go into a cool looking conference and they're all CEOs and they're all like TED speakers. And obviously I know quite quickly that they're not looking at someone for my experience level. So it's great. First time speaker schemes are great because it signals to you that you can do it. And it also lets you know that there will be a lot of the time some support available. So you will not just be on your own preparing your talk. And finally, it's important to remember that pretty much every speaker has felt anxiety. There's so many times where I watch a really confident speaker and I'm like, wow, that's amazing. They didn't look anxious at all. And then you go and talk to them afterwards and they will say, oh, I was absolutely bricking it. Realistically, everyone feels anxiety when they do. Well, maybe not everyone, I'm sure someone out there doesn't, but most people feel anxiety when it comes to giving public talks. It is normal to feel apprehensive about it. And finally, I think mentorship of teaching is a really fantastic thing to dip your toes into. It's really great for your technical learning. I feel like a lot of things you don't realize how well or how not so well you know something until you try and teach it to someone else. The more you do it, the easier it will get, and the more confident you become. It also lets you make an impact on others and pass on the knowledge. Think about how many things you've learned over the years. Some of them must have been really complicated and probably took you a long time to learn. If you could go out and teach someone in like an hour and they understood it, that would be amazing. And it'd probably save them a lot of time. So it's a really great thing to get involved with. To conclude, celebrate your strengths and make sure you elevate others with them if you can. You can identify weaknesses and seek opportunities to improve in these areas. And if you're always in your comfort zone, you might not be growing and learning. Finally, you belong in tech, whether you're introverted or extroverted. You don't have to be out there leading every meeting, excelling in every presentation and conversation to succeed in your career. So don't be too hard on yourself if you're struggling to speak up at work or you made a mistake in one of your explanations. Equally, there's nothing good about being a so-called 10 times engineer that's amazing with coding but can't communicate or work with anybody. It's really important to strike a balance. I've still got a really long way to go with my communication skills, but I hope what I've spoken about today helps someone else. Thank you very much.
Yay, thank you so much. That was amazing and really thorough, like a lot of really actionable points. I appreciate it. So we have a couple questions. I'll start with one from Amy. How upfront are you with your personal communication style? Like, do you feel it helps you disclose upfront, or do you feel like it helps to disclose it upfront in a conversation?
Yeah, this is a tricky one, actually. I don't think I've ever actually outright gone into a conversation and said, I'm an introvert. Please be friendly to me. But I do think that, honestly, if we could wear a badge sometimes, that would be great. At work, we actually did this kind of exercise where we all did our personality types, like introvert, extrovert, etc. And you could kind of see other people's, and it was really interesting. And it did really help because you start to think about how they may think about things. So I definitely think in future, it could be really useful to kind of bring up at the start because, yeah, again, it's not just how you communicate, but it's sometimes how you think about things as well.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think it also makes a difference if you're on a cross-cultural team, like teams with a lot of different people from different backgrounds?
Yeah, I think so because, yeah, again, even if you have the similar personality types, people are very different. We're not just limited to that, there's that 4 personality type thing, 16 personalities where it's 4 letters. You can do that. You can be the same as someone else in that quiz, but realistically, you're actually very different.
Definitely. I worked for a company once that did it, where everyone on the team had to do it. And I don't know. I have mixed feelings because there was a lot of assumptions made and I was kind of so I'm glad you addressed that. We're all different humans. All right. Our next question is from Silesh. So how can you rebalance conversations? So for example, if one person speaks a lot and another person listens a lot so that you're both equally listening and speaking to each other?
Yeah, I think this is an interesting one because there's definitely times where I am completely fine just listening to someone. And then there's going to be some times where I want to speak up as well. And I think it is important that obviously if I do want to speak up, that you do. If that person is only interested in kind of continuing the conversation about themselves, then there's only so much you can do to bring it back. And I think in that situation, I would start to think, okay, maybe I'm not going to get on super well with this person. I'll just keep listening and just kind of accept that that's how the dynamic will be.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Do you have it do you think the tips can vary whether you're the person on the listening end or the person on the speaking end?
Yeah, I think so. There's definitely times where I'm more talkative and sometimes when I'm just not. And that definitely varies day by day, person by person.
Yeah, for sure. And let me see if there's more. Otherwise, I can just ask you things that are on my mind.
Oh, God.
I guess one question I'm personally curious about is if you're a person who feels like, communication is a strong skill of yours, but you're maybe on a team that, let's say, how do I put this really diplomatically, doesn't value it as strongly, how can you kind of advocate for yourself and your skills and like show that they're also important, maybe just as important as coding?
Yeah, I think that's true. There's definitely sometimes this idea that like the only important thing is coding and how good you are at coding, whereas obviously realistically that's not the case. That's kind of a hard one actually, because I guess I've been quite lucky in that I've been quite a like balanced team where we've been very like equally sociable and equally we're really what's the word? Appreciative, I guess, of everyone's like varying communication skills, as well as coding. I'm not sure what it'd be like if you were just in a very like coding focused team. I think I'd find that quite hard. Yeah, sorry, that wasn't a very good answer for that one.
No. It's a really good discussion. I mean, like, especially what you just said about you've been on a lot of teams that value communication, which I think is wonderful. What about those teams do you think, I don't know, what's the word, like projected that was a value? Like, did you openly talk about it? Was it part of maybe your skills matrix? I don't know why I'm giving you options. You can just...
No, I definitely know what you mean. Yeah, I think a big part of it is just honesty. We try, with like Agile, you do things like retros where you talk about like how well it went and how well can we do next time. But I guess it could be quite hard sometimes to have that honest conversation. Recently we've picked up it's called a Spotify health check. So it's something that Spotify do, like the health check. And it maybe wasn't exactly what we needed in terms of like being personal enough. It was very much like, what work are we doing? How is it going? We've kind of tweaked that to be a bit more like personal. So, how are you feeling mentally? Are you feeling included? Things like that. And I think that kind of forces us to discuss, if someone's maybe not feeling like they're valued, then we have to talk about it because it's obviously come up in this quiz that we've all done.
How often do you do that?
So we've only just started it. I think we're planning to do it every 2 sprints, so once a month.
Okay, cool.
That goes well.
Yeah, I'm very curious to hear your report back on how that goes, because I think, I don't know what your thoughts are on surveys in general, but I think sometimes they can be, wait, is this one anonymous or is it open?
Yeah, so that's kind of another thing is when we've done it in the past, I wasn't actually part of the team, but I know that they had problems with making it anonymous. It wasn't anonymous basically, which made it a lot. I think people give very different answers. This one we're definitely going to make it anonymous so that people feel comfortable. And then if maybe they don't necessarily want to like bring it up personally in team, because it's on the feedback anonymously, then someone can bring it up. So it's a little bit more easy to do.
Yeah. So if someone wanted to, like, say someone out there on the internet is listening to this and is like, yes, I want to implement some sort of like feedback survey, communication survey, so that we can talk about these topics, what would you recommend that it would be anonymous, or do you think there are times and places for things to be anonymized?
I would say for something like that, where it's things about maybe you're talking about your mental health or something a bit more like personal, I would say definitely anonymous for me. I think something we're going to look at is like using just Google Forms without a like name tag. So you just fill in this form and it's quite easy to then see the results. Because I think then if you go to discuss it and you look at this form and it says, oh, a few people aren't feeling very included, those people can then speak up if they want. And if they don't want to speak up, then, they don't have to.
Yeah, and the feelings out there, that absolutely makes sense. And then, we have another question from Scarlett. So you mentioned feedback you received that you're doing great, but you could speak up more in meetings, team Slack channels, etc. And getting this sort of feedback often might make you even more afraid to speak up. How do you break out of that mentality?
Yeah, so this is interesting, actually. I did have a slide about this because there was this one time that someone called me out in front of like my team that I wasn't like speaking up enough about like the work I was doing. This was like right after we'd started our like remote working because of the whole COVID stuff. We were trying to be a very like transparent team where we were like posting in Slack literally everything we were doing so that it was really visible. And I wasn't doing that, and someone called me out for it, and I was like, I was done. I had to turn my like webcam off. It was like the worst thing. So I really think it's how the feedback gets delivered. You know, when my manager has said these things, like a couple of managers I've had, they've been really like kind about it. They don't necessarily frame it as a bad thing. It's just something that I can improve on. So I think it's, a lot of it is how you deliver it.
Yeah, for sure. And that's all the time we have. But thank you so much, Katie. It was there were so many compliments about how thorough this talk was. And if anyone wants to continue the conversation, feel free to join the Working with Others Discord channel. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So continuing with this theme of communication, and we just talked about, with Katie about receiving and acting on feedback, and that was a perfect segue to our next talk, Unplanned. Our next speaker is Ben, who is a solution architect working at KPMG. He loves retro technology, repairing old bikes, and making pizza in the back garden, which sounds really fancy. I have more questions, but I can ask you later. So his talk is titled Feedback, How to Have a Taste and Not Be Afraid to Use It. And as someone who admittedly gets so anxious and tends to cry both before, after, and maybe once or twice during feedback sessions, I'm very excited to hear it. So over to you, Ben.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right. Hello, everyone. So as I've been nicely introduced, my name is Ben, and I'm here to talk to you about the process of giving and receiving feedback. So this will be focus more on informal feedback on kind of your work and your ideas rather than a formal feedback that you might do as part of a performance review. There are many of the great sessions specifically around performance reviews, and so I didn't want to go over exactly the same ground. So this is me. So my name is Ben. I'm a solution architect at KPMG. I work primarily in the Microsoft Dynamics space, if anyone's ever played around in that, but I've moonlighted as a bit of a custom software dev and a bit as a DevOps engineer as well. I live in a small village just outside Northamptonshire in the UK, and I currently balance working at home with my wife, my 2 small children, and my cat. I didn't have a picture for the cat, I'm afraid. So what about you? So I appreciate we've got quite a varied audience here. So let's introduce our player characters. So perhaps you're our first character, you're a more junior developer. So maybe you're fresh out of school or university, or you're an apprentice, and you're taking the first step of your journey into working in tech. This session is designed to kind of give you the ability to maximize the effectiveness of the feedback that you receive. Maybe you're the next step on, maybe you're a more senior engineer and you're acting maybe as a lead on a project or a program, or you're a mentor to a number of different more junior engineers who are fresh into the business. So the idea here is we'll aim to kind of nurture that, help you nurture that creative spark that comes with new talent, whilst also maintaining the relationship into management as well. And finally, we have people in the management capability who are maybe a little bit further away from the coalface day to day, but want to maintain that good relationship with their technical staff and produce effective feedback and ensure that the best ideas get brought forward. So hopefully there's something in this talk for everyone. Some people may sit between a couple of these roles. I know I probably do personally, but let's start with a scenario that hopefully we're all familiar with. So as people often talk about, making software, it's a creative endeavor. It's fraught with analysis, confusion, frustration, and yes, probably sometimes even tears. But it's all worth it in the white hot thrill of the chase for that magical moment where you stand up from behind your desk, knock your coffee over and just shout, "It only works," But even when we've made what we believe is the most innovative, amazing application that the world has ever seen, it can sometimes really only be the start of the process. To make it from something that we've got as a sketch or something PowerPoint or just a proof of concept into something that can be rolled out to customers or go into a production system can seem a bit of a daunting process, especially if you're new to the industry or to your employer. We've got to battle things like corporate policies, battle-hardened egos, and processes and habits that have been formed over years and years of experience and process. And it can leave you thinking, I just don't even know where to start. Which of these avenues do I go down? How do I maximize the feedback on my idea or my piece of work? And what we're going to do today is we're going to talk through 3 mainly important ideas about how you and your colleagues can maximize the effectiveness of the feedback that you give and receive. So the 3 things I like to focus on are, number 1 is purpose. So it's really important that we understand that when we're asking for feedback, we know exactly what its purpose is, so that we can give and receive the feedback that everyone is looking for. Number 2 is the audience. When we're demonstrating our ideas or our work, we need to be sure that the correct people are seeing it, so it's correctly understood. And finally, this concept of fidelity. So when we're making a picture of our great new idea, we need to make sure we make it at the right stage with the right level of detail so that we maximize the effective feedback that we get. So first of all, let's talk about purpose. So there was a great talk, I think, in Birmingham, which recommended a fantastic book called Thanks for the Feedback. So we're using the definitions from that book. So heads up to whoever recommended me that book. So the first type of feedback is appreciation. Now, we all want to feel wanted. We don't want to be taken for granted. We work hard, and if we're not recognized, that kind of feels bad. So a great way to boil appreciation down is to think of, boil it down to its essence, is to think of how we might give feedback to a small child. So a child might come running up to you and say, Daddy, 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 Mummy said I couldn't do 100 jumps in 1 minute, but I did. And the other thing you could say is, wow, amazing. And this actually happened. So this is a representation of me and my daughter. Small children love all kinds of feedback, but they particularly crave appreciation, especially from parents, more than any other. It gives that really good hit of oxytocin and makes everyone involved feel happy. So is appreciation just for children? Well, of course not. I think we wouldn't be breeding a very good working culture if we didn't appreciate what we did. But here is some kind of broad advice about how we manage appreciative feedback. So the first thing is appreciative feedback needs to be kind of specific and authentic. If everyone gets massive high fives, compensation and great feedback just for coming to work every day, it kind of loses all its value. It needs to be on something very, very specific, and that gives it its authenticity. It also needs to be given in a more timely manner. So you'll be amazed how quickly people forget how appreciative they've been of someone. You may appreciate something they did one day, but by the next week you've totally forgot, and that person is just another resource to you. So really make sure we give it in a timely fashion. And one of the things is, appreciative feedback is not something necessarily that we explicitly ask for. It's something that we almost come to expect by kind of going over and above, or doing the extra hours, or solving a particular challenge. But we have to recognize that maybe due to time constraints or people crunching on projects, that it may not always be free flowing as much as we would like. So it's great when we get it, but we need to be honest with ourselves and realize that it's not always as free flowing as we would like. The one thing you can do as a sort of mentor and manager is try and make sure that if you get some appreciative feedback for someone you work for, someone who works for you or works with you, that it gets surfaced in the right places and it's seen to the people who matter. So I'm a line manager for 4 different people in my company. And one of the things that I'm on like a laser beam is anytime I get any appreciative feedback from any members of my staff, whether that be an email, a WhatsApp message, a message on Teams, I make sure it gets logged in our performance management system, because what will happen is if you leave that to the end of the performance year, everyone will be too pressured doing all their performance reviews and no one will remember. Do it timely and do it straight away. One of the other things we need to recognize is that appreciative feedback has a big non-verbal part of it. So all feedback has some element of kind of a non-verbal component, but but appreciative feedback is probably the most. So it's very easy to appreciate someone through gritted teeth, but it really kind of loses the effect. So we need to watch how we manage our non-verbal communication when it comes to appreciative feedback. The next stage is evaluation. So evaluation is the biggest and scariest type of feedback. It's one we've come accustomed to since school. We all carry an example of evaluative feedback on our CVs. So my art teacher, when I was 16, evaluated my performance at the end of my GCSE and decided that I was worth an F. So he looked at me, he looked at my work, and F was what I was worth. Just on the side, I didn't draw these sprites, just so you know. Evaluation can be kind of quantitative and sometimes seem a bit cold compared to other types of feedback, and it has to often be quite objective. And there are two main types of evaluative feedback that we're probably used to working day to day. One is probably our end of year performance review, which we're all familiar with. And the second is our old friend, the code review. Now, we look forward to these as much forward as we look to a trip to the dentist. I'm sure we could all fill several volumes of text with just code review memes. And it's the same every time. It's, why am I having to defend my great work? These people do not understand my genius. And then you may find the machines don't even understand what you're doing. And often you get linting warnings and build errors and PRs rejected, and it takes you 2 months to get anything merged onto master because of all this damn bureaucracy. We need to relax. One of the reasons we can get evaluative feedback from a machine is because it is inherently objective. We need to try and sit back and take some of the emotion out of it. Notice I didn't say take all of the emotion out of it, because I think that's pretty much impossible. And when you're giving evaluative feedback to another member of staff, one of the big things to think about is this concept of candor. So candor is quite an old word. It comes from Latin, and it means either brightness or whiteness, or it can also mean to shine or I shine. But in around 1600, it adopted a new meaning. And that meaning is the state of being sincere and open in speech and honesty in expression. Anyone who has read Edwin Catmull's great book, Creativity Inc., knows that candor is at the heart of the Pixar brain trust process, and it is how they quickly evolve concept of film ideas and how they produce such great output. Candor is something they bring to the table every single time. So we need to be candid in our feedback when it's evaluative, not brutal. So we need to point at everything that's there, bring everything out into the light, but we need to do it with an empathy for the people we're speaking to. As any creator, as a software engineer is a creator, and we're very proud of the work we do. We see it as our baby. We don't want anyone pulling it apart. It doesn't seem fair, but it's very, very hard to argue with someone who's being complete, open, and candid. And emotions, well, use them well. If you think something's wrong, if you don't believe in something or you think something's wrong, then do say it. And be candid in your disagreements, but be respectful. People sometimes don't bring enough emotion into certain types of feedback, and it results in things getting lost in translation. If you say, well, I'm not sure that's the most optimal process, the person receiving the feedback may think, oh, great, it's not the most optimal, but I'll carry on with it regardless. Whereas if you more vehemently disagree, said, okay, I think that process is now so suboptimal, we shouldn't use it, then that brings the point across much more clearly. So a way of bringing empathy and candor together is to maybe look at an alternative viewpoint. So if you spot something in a piece of work or an idea that someone's presented to you that you don't agree with or you think is a bad way to go, don't say something so simple as thing is bad. Just say, okay, let's point that the thing exists, and then allow your receiver of feedback to take that next step themselves and come up with why something may be bad, or it may be worth a further look. Credit for Lindsay Ellis, who's a great YouTuber, for this quote. I stole this totally from her. And the final purpose of feedback is this idea of coaching. So evaluation and coaching often come hand in hand. And many people would argue that a piece of evaluative feedback is much, much more powerful with some coaching attached. It's all part of the kind of the agile cycle of learning, doing, and adjusting. Coaching is basically how we learn. We try, we learn, we do, and we try. we get some coaching and we adjust. And just like Agile, coaching should be primarily be focused on how to be better, without a strict focus without what is wrong or right. Evaluative feedback kind of handles that for us. Coaching should take you down paths that perhaps maybe you've never really considered before. And one of the best ways of looking at this when it comes to coaching is something that comes up quite a lot, is how to solve a problem. Now, we may coach people on how to solve problems, but the problem with problems, for want lack of a better expression, is sometimes they're quite nuanced and without all the detail that may be needed to fully understand. And you may find that if you offer someone some coaching on a particular problem, because of the lack of context, you may be a bit misled or guide someone down an avenue that isn't quite correct. So when you're asking someone to give you some coaching, try and focus on a particular problem and try and present it in a way that's understandable and easy to digest. Give your coach the correct perspective. For example, a maze is much easier to analyze when looking top down than looking at from the side. And one of the things to remember when we are talking about solving a problem is there are in fact multiple routes we might take. So there are the dead ends. So these are the things and the wrong ways to go about things. They're almost always universally agreed. So these are your classic things like security vulnerability or a single point of failure or not using the dark theme on your IDE. It's just not allowed. But beyond that, there is the road less traveled. So your junior may have approached something differently to how you've done it in the past, but try and be open-minded and try and walk the path they walked to try and get an understanding of how they got to the result they had. You may find there's an avenue that hasn't previously been undertaken that's worth investigating. Even if it isn't the direct solution to this problem, you may discover interesting new features that you can use elsewhere. Technologies change and evolve, so a fresh pair of eyes could often provide some new insight and not necessarily be blinkered by the way this has always been done. But there is the enterprise highway. So there are sometimes more efficient ways of doing things, or there's policies or regulations that need to be adhered to. And we need to be open-minded when we're receiving feedback from people who are more experienced on this. Sometimes you may find that the problem is, when you present your solution, the problem has previously been solved a different way. And we have to be aware that in organizations that this sort of stuff may happen. But it's always, and again, it's always still important to remember to question the status quo. Remember, you weren't hired just to say yes. And we have this thing called apparent credibility, which can sometimes hide a lack of understanding. So you may get some feedback to go down a particular route from someone who just seems so credible that you wouldn't dream of questioning that what their advice you've given you is correct. But often it can hide something that actually maybe they don't quite understand. I've got a great story about how apparent credibility has led me down the wrong path from an early point in my career. Don't have time to go through it right now, but you can ask me in the chat if you want me to go through it as an example. One of the things you may unfortunately hear when being coached down the enterprise highway is this. So that's not how we do things in the enterprise. And as an architect, I hate this. I'm a bit sick to death of this. Yes, we all know that when you scale something to the enterprise, it has different constraints and different regulations and has to adhere to standards that maybe you've never heard before. But I don't really generally accept this as a blind piece of coaching. I mean, imagine the enterprise changes. Imagine if you had this statement said to an idea about working remotely back in November last year. It would have been a perfectly acceptable thing to hide behind, but it wouldn't have worked. The situation we're in now is a great example of how the way we've done things in the past need to change depending on a number of external factors. So don't necessarily just accept that's the way we do things, because if they can tell you why, that's fine. But if they can't, maybe there's another avenue to pursue there. I mean, if we did everything the enterprise way, we'd end up with things like this. So anyone who's ever done a technical interview may have done something with FizzBuzz. FizzBuzz is a game where you count up from one, and you have to replace certain multiples of certain numbers with the words fizz or buzz. And someone here has done a great repo, which is an enterprise edition of a FizzBuzz implementation. And if you delve into some of the details, there's great ones like integer string return a factory, which I think is absolute genius. So The enterprise is good, but we need to always be open-minded in the ways that we look at problems. Where this can go a bit wrong is where we get purpose mismatches. So when you are looking for one particular type of feedback, but you actually inadvertently receive another type in return. For example, if you burn the midnight oil and merge a particular complicated PR onto the master branch to push it into production, and you send an email to your boss, what you probably don't want first thing in the morning is some cold evaluative feedback about what exactly is wrong with it or where you should come next. What you probably want is just some appreciative feedback to say, great, thanks for that, good job. It can put you in a pretty bad mood. And also, for example, your junior may not be happy with a thanks for this, but they just need help getting to the next level. Try and be clear when asking in feedback what the purpose is. So if you need coaching, just use a phrase like, can you provide me some guidance on this, rather than just, does this work? And when you're giving the feedback, try and loop back at the end to ask, was that what you were looking for? It gives you a chance for your person who's receiving the feedback to clarify or re-clarify, and it gives you a chance to provide better feedback. Yes, feedback on feedback is a very real thing. So next thing I want to talk about is the audience. So we've identified the 3 types of feedback that we need, but who are we going to present this to? Now, targeting the right people is really important. Your idea or concept may be the greatest thing since the internet, but doing a live demo to the catering team is not really going to get you the result that you want. And some advice here is maybe to try and get it across multiple groups of people. So I think a lot of people will just go to their manager in the first instance, just because that's the most obvious route. But if you spread your idea across a number of different groups, you get a lot of different perspectives, especially because certain groups, not mentioning names, tend to be of a particular demographic. And having a wide range of viewpoints will get you a better view about where your idea may go. And it also might stop people trying to take credit for your idea if more and more people know about it. And remember that audiences have different interests and drivers. So your peers may be interested, who are playing in the same sandbox to you day on, day out, may be interested in how your idea works. Oh, it's great, show me how it works. Your mentors or maybe your leads are more interested in what your idea can do. And your managers are probably more interested in the why. So why is this so valuable? What can I do with this? And finally, we've got this concept of fidelity. So the fidelity of your idea will mostly depend on what you're trying to present and the audience that you're requesting feedback from. You need to know whether you can draw it as a detailed engineering drawing or whether I can just write something out in crayons. If you're presenting a concept for a new encryption cipher to your information security team, you probably need a higher level of fidelity than just presenting a new concept for a picture gallery to your social media team. It's all about getting the right detail at the right time. So in my experience, don't try and show code snippets to senior management. Really, sometimes they can only think in PowerPoint. So we're here. We've got our great idea. We've got some great feedback from our peers and our mentors. We've pitched the fidelity just right. Everyone's standing behind me. I've got everything I need. We're ready to go. So just one little aside before we finish. And that's what I like to call the death and taxes caveat. Sometimes, despite your idea being well formed and having great fidelity and having the will of the people behind it, everyone thinking it's absolutely great, there is a partner or a senior stakeholder, a customer, or a person high up in your own organization who just says no. And this happens just like death and taxes. And sometimes you've just got to roll with it. My advice in this situation is consider whether this is a battle you think is worth investing your time in. Because sometimes even if the client or the manager is being completely illogical and irrational, it's not worth your effort because you're not going to get the outcome that you want. Maybe think of it as, rather than no, think of it as not now. And think of it as giving some time back for you to go out and be even more awesome. Just get some written evidence that you try to lead them down the correct path, and then go and grab a cup of tea and get on with your day. Now, there is one caveat to this. If the answer to no, a caveat to the caveat, if the answer to no is condone any sort of illegal or heavily immoral behavior, then maybe that fight is worth taking and maybe worth going even further up if you think it's necessary. Certainly, I work for a regulated company, and this is something we're taught a lot. So that's a pretty downbeat way to end this talk, and I don't want to do that. I want to finish on 3 kind of key messages to try and emphasize the point of accepting feedback, but trying to get the best out of it. And the first one is, as I said, well, you weren't hired just to say yes. You were hired for your insight and your input, your creative thinking, and your ability to kind of bring the company forward. If we all just agreed with what the status quo was, we wouldn't advance, we wouldn't innovate, and we wouldn't get the result we want. The second one is creativity isn't just for the experienced. So people think that you need years and years of experience to come up with a great idea, and it's not even worth going for feedback until you've had that grounding in reality. And that's just not true. Great ideas come from people who are experienced all the time. You just need a blank slate and a complete lack of a predetermined way of going. And finally, which brings on the title of this talk, you have taste, you have ideas, you have drive, you have things you believe in. Don't be afraid to use it. And thank you very much. And I welcome your feedback.
Great talk. Thank you so much, Ben. And so many people already said this in the chat, so I will, and I agree, so I'll say it as well. I think you have the cutest slides possibly ever.
I can't claim credit for drawing them, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I can do a plug for it if that's allowed.
Do it. I think everyone's dying to know.
Dynamite J on Fiverr does this great gig for pixel art. They're very cheap.
Amazing. All right. Cool. Okay, we can go back to the talk topic. But so first of all, it seems like we have a lot of people out there who have experience. I've also experienced this, where you have a manager who, doesn't give you a lot of feedback. They claim they're too busy to provide feedback, or they just, avoid it entirely. What advice would you have for someone to challenge their manager if they do that kind of behavior?
So I'm going to move you to my middle screen so it looks like I'm actually looking at you.
Oh, perfect.
So my main thing of that is, it's a bit like sometimes getting feedback is a bit like pitching a film, and it's a lot more credible once you get talent attached. So if you can get someone else interested in something you're doing, and then go to your manager with, look, someone who is maybe an SME in a certain field has looked at my work and thinks it's great. What are your thoughts? They may decide to take you more seriously. Sometimes it's about bringing in the people you know. Again, sometimes it's about who you know rather than what you do. So even if your work's great, getting someone who's seen by your manager as having a particular interest or a particular expertise involved can sometimes help. So this is why I said in the audience part, if you spread your idea wider, you may find your manager comes back to you as he or she hears from someone else.
So would you recommend that this person be someone within the company or outside the company? Or does it depend on the manager?
It depends on the manager, it depends on the company. So for a company like mine, it's very difficult to go fully external very quickly because we're a heavily regulated industry.
Mm-hmm.
So I would always probably recommend going in company, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in your ladder of management. You can go wider. So if you have an open space that runs on a Friday lunchtime, and you want to get some feedback, or you have a particular community within your organization, we can maybe go to them first, get your idea across, and then maybe your manager will be more interested if it's got a bit of weight behind it.
Interesting. Cool. Thank you so much. All right. Our next one is that you mentioned timely feedback. So how often do you think things like one-on-one should occur?
More often than they probably do. So in my company, the recommendations is every 6 weeks. And to me, that's probably not enough. I'm not saying I'm particularly good at doing one-on-ones, just because my balancing family life and being fully on projects can sometimes be quite difficult. So I think I would aim for every 2 weeks. But again, this is just your management feedback. Don't think that's the only way you can get feedback is from your manager. You can look wider outside of your standard one-to-ones.
Do you think you should have one-on-ones with your colleagues or other peers in your organization?
Again, I think it probably depends on the organization. I think it's good to, maybe less frequently. and people handle this lots of different ways. So some companies do the full 360-degree feedback, but that tends to be more for performance reviews rather than just getting general feedback on work. But yeah, I think peer reviews should probably be baked into processes more than they are at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And then if you're someone who's working in a multicultural company or on a team with a lot of people from a lot of different places, giving and receiving feedback can be different and have different tones to different people. So what are some tips that you have for someone working on a team that has a lot of different perspectives on how and when to provide feedback?
Yeah, so you're right, it's very difficult. So I've worked on projects with like 12 nationalities, and they all view feedback in slightly different ways. And I don't think there's a real magic answer to this one. Trying to stay as close as possible with someone who works within that particular culture or geography is sometimes quite good. So if you have a number of different people from one particular culture on a program, having a link into that organization, if it's someone who mentors them or acts in a management capacity, could sometimes be useful, because they can just point you in the right direction if there's a certain thing that they're looking to hit or not, or avoid, depending on kind of cultural differences. But without fully understanding the culture, you're always going to run into some particular challenges, and it's hard to get them all out the way ahead of time, I think.
Yeah, of course. And then going back to managers, because I mean, they're always there. So if you have a manager that says, you know, this is how we've always done it, we can't change it, like as you mentioned, how can you push someone, like how can you challenge that directly, especially if you're proposing a new idea or how to improve a process?
So the one we always used to do when I used to work at IBM was the 5 whys. So you ask why 5 times, and if they haven't come up with a coherent reason, then maybe it's worth looking at a bit more. I think coming to them with a well-reasoned idea that you can fall back on is really helpful. But if anyone can't explain why they're doing some things in 5 whys, then it's worth a further look, because it seems like that's just baked in because that's the way people have done it in the past. So if you're not getting an answer in 5 whys, maybe you could take your idea further, or maybe speak to someone else about it, as I've said, to try and delve into why that's not particularly happening. But a manager should be able to explain why.
Do you think there's power in like, what's the word, recruiting your peers to get them, like if you have a new idea, to talk to them and then propose it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Cool. All right. And then let me see. So another one I was actually wondering, and I think someone else also, can you tell us your apparent credibility story?
Oh yeah, I can. So this was when I was I think I was 22, and I just started my second job after. No, I must have been 23. My second job after I graduated, and I had to develop a Word add-in when people still wrote those. And I was told by my manager, who I worked for a small company, he was the CEO of the company, that I needed to use, I think it was smart tags. And he said, Ben, just use smart tags. I said, okay. So I spent ages researching smart tags, and I think, no, these are just totally something that's totally unrelated. But I was convinced that I was wrong, and I spent so much time worrying about it and looking into it that I thought I must be wrong. But just because he spoke with such credibility that I wouldn't dream of questioning him. So apparent credibility can sometimes make you waste your time like you won't believe. So if you think something's not quite right, just say, are you sure this is right? And then maybe he will actually look at it a bit further. Oh no, actually I was wrong. But I didn't challenge, because he seemed so credible.
I mean, I sometimes also fall trap to that, where I just kind of believe something because a certain senior engineer said it. So
yeah,
fully relate. How do you, if you're in a workplace where like maybe there's one person there who everyone points to and they're like, oh, they 100% know everything, like always trust what they say. Like, how can you combat that kind of culture? I don't know if you've worked in an environment like that, but.
Sort of. It's very tricky, because it becomes almost a cult of personality then, that this person is trusted above it. And the trusted advisor can sometimes cause problems in projects I've seen in the past. That's a very good question. I'm not sure I have a great answer for that, apart from coming up with something that even they would accept as being the new norm, because they probably would only respect. So this is the thing. I think when you get to there's a saying, A players only want to work with A players. So unless you can get the respect of this person to sort of accept your idea, and the only way you're probably going to do that is by coming up with something that's amazingly credible and amazingly well thought through, because they basically run the show at the moment. So I'm sorry, that's a bit of a cop-out answer, but I don't really know.
No, I mean, but it's honest. I mean, workplaces unfortunately are a little bit political like that sometimes. So absolutely makes sense. And so that's all the time we have. There's some other questions in there if you want to check them out after. And we can also continue the conversation on the Working with Others Discord channel. But thank you so much, Ben. Really informative. Yeah, of course. So now we'll hear from another sponsor, Launch Darkly, and then we'll have a break. You can use this break to grab something to eat, or I don't know, check in with friends who are protesting out on the streets, read about how to be anti-racist, donate to whatever you would have paid for this conference to a bail fund. Your choice. But we'll be back at 20 past. So see you then.
Hey, you got this from home, conference attendees. My name's Sam Arnold. I'm with Launch Darkly. And today we want to take a few minutes to show you what our platform does and how it can help de-stress and de-risk your software releases. Let's take it away. George, show us what Launch Darkly looks like in real life.
Yeah, here at the top, you can see the Launch Darkly UI as well as a sample feature flag.
That's excellent. What's that on the bottom?
That's a demo site. It's where I deploy changes before I release them and use it to highlight how easy it is to turn on and off a feature flag.
Interesting. So you've deployed a feature. It's not yet been released. So already it's interesting that these things are now independent, but how hard is it to release the feature now that you've deployed it?
It's really easy. And in fact, let me just show you since it's easier to show than tell. Here I can click this button and that button will pull up a prompt and I can tell my fellow developers, hey, I'm making a change. That'll get saved to an audit log. That way everybody can review these changes in real time. Click that button and boom, the feature has been enabled.
Wow, that's super fast. How fast is that?
We've measured different times around the world and it seems to be an average of 200 milliseconds. And that's something that we're always trying to pare down.
That's really cool. So I can deploy code, I can release it separately whenever I'm ready. But how does it solve the problem of releasing to, not everybody? Let's say I just have one person or a QA team that I want to release this to.
That's a great question. So here in a separate tab, you can see how we can target individual users. And this is part of that same show live tiles feature. And so here I can identify a specific user that I want to show it to, or if there's a VIP that I'm not comfortable with releasing this around just yet, I can also mark them as false.
That's interesting. If I can, so I can target individual users, could I save individual users as maybe a segment? So for example, my whole QA team?
Yes, you certainly can. So here below, we have a segment that this consists of beta users. And this is something you can manage within the application of Launch Darkly. You can see this on the left. And you can also define what percentage of these people you want to roll out to. In this case, here it is 5%.
Well, what about if my users have different attributes I want to target? Say if I want users in California to have different features than users in Alabama, how would I do that?
Yeah. As long as your application is making the differentiation between whether somebody is in California and Alabama, we can take that same differentiation and show different features. So here above, I can set state as an attribute. And I could say, if they are in California, I want to do a percentage rollout, or I could set them as true, or I could set them as false.
Percentage rollout, that would be like what Facebook and Google do, right? Where when they release a new feature, they'll only have maybe 10% of users see it, and then they'll slowly increase it to 100% to mitigate risk. Is that right?
That's correct. This is great for both front-end and back-end use cases because then you can moderate the amount of traffic you're sending to specific features. And if you see an issue, you can quickly roll it back, resting assured that you didn't accidentally do a big bang release and potentially affect all of your users.
Wow, that's pretty great that it's built in like this. Probably is a full-time job to get it set up, right? I mean, it looks great now, but how hard was it to get to this state?
You would think, but most people who implement it take less than an hour. A lot of it just comes down to implementing the SDK. So here's a code sample that I have, and this is fully implemented, right? But you can see I call LaunchDarkly with the name of a feature flag key, and then I do an if statement to see what the value might be and what I want to show. And so it takes a lot of developers a little bit to wrap their heads around the specific SDK. But after that, it's really quickly to start stamping out feature flags throughout your entire code base.
Well, that's exciting. So what about scaling this? I mean, it's one thing to get it up and running, but over time, I mean, I wouldn't want to burden a bunch of developers with tech debt. Is there anything to help sort of manage flags, prune them over time, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so given our tight integration with a lot of CI/CD platforms, you can use something called code references. And what code references do is they show you where the flag lives in your code base so your developers can quickly go and prune them. And if you don't want to send us your code, you can send this report to some other location within your own database or your own your own firewall. And we don't have to be the purveyors of those, but we want to tell you where these flags are.
Wow, I hope you enjoyed that mini demo. If you'd like a full demo, check us out, launchdarkly.com. But don't forget to fill out our survey. $100 Amazon gift card could be yours if you fill it out. Watch your email inboxes, and we would love to follow up with you. Thanks so much for your time.
Dang. Okay. Virtual conferences are hard. Unmuting your mic is hard. Anyway, you could enjoy me talking to myself for a minute. But anyway, so welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. I hope it was relaxing or productive, whatever you felt like. And for anyone just joining the stream, welcome. We're happy to have you. I'm your host, Carolyn, and this is You Got This From Home. It's a conference that talks about all of the core skills necessary for a happy, healthy work life. You Got This Umbrella Org is a network of community-run conferences that focus on these core skills. So currently there are 4 events. So there's You Got This conference in the UK. There's Adulting.dev in New York City, HumansConf based in Frankfurt, Germany, and here on the internet, You Got This From Home. And if you registered for this You Got This From Home event, you should have access to our Discord channel. If you haven't joined yet, I would definitely do it because there's so many conversations going on. You can talk about self-care, ethics and technology, working with others, and you can ask speakers questions during their talks on the Speakers Questions channel. And then they might be featured in the Q&A. So before this event today, our organizers, Kevin and Shai, had a long discussion about whether the event should even happen today, especially since topics like police brutality and anti-Black violence are so important in this moment. And they decided that it was ultimately good to have this sort of event happen because there is some positive and timely impact to be made. And I think with some of the upcoming topics that we have, I hope that you all will also feel the same. I also want to mention that any of the money left over from the conference today will be going directly to an organization that fights racial injustice. The exact organization is to be announced because what organization might need help today might not be the same as when we're actually making the donations. So stay tuned for that. And also, I already said that. So there's been a slight change in the schedule. So the last talk, if you saw the previous schedule, the last talk of the day has been canceled. So we will end the event a little bit early, but we still have a few great speakers coming up and each with their own Q&A session. And I hope you're excited. So we have captioning also during the talks that's available directly on YouTube. So you actually need to click the little CC on YouTube and those will be human powered, not AI. So they will be accurate and wonderful. They're by Andrew from White Coat Captioning and yeah, they're excellent. So finally, before we continue with the talks, it's important to note that we do have a code of conduct that we expect you all to follow. And for this, you can find it at yougotthis.io/conduct. If you have any questions about it, or there's anything at all that makes you uncomfortable or uneasy or just doesn't feel right, please reach out to our organizers, Kevin or Shai, or you can report directly at yougotthis.io/report. And I believe, oh, I'm the worst. So, all right, now before we go into our next talk, we're going to hear from one of our sponsors, GitHub Education.
Hi everyone, Wampa here from the GitHub Education team. At GitHub Education, we believe that helping to mold the next generation of professional developers has a major impact in tech. We look forward to support students to learn, teach, and share the process of coding together. And for these, we have created a series of programs aimed to give you the right tools, services, and learning resources you need to become a professional developer. There is no substitute for hands-on experience, but we know that getting access to real-world tools can be cost-prohibitive for some students. That's why we have created the Student Developer Pack. As a student, you get free access to the best developer tools in one place, so you can learn by doing today. The Student Developer Pack has more than 200 different partners with a total value of over $200,000 in benefit that range from online courses to developer and designer tools. Learning is better when you can learn with a community of like-minded peers. A campus expert is a student trained to build a strong technical community on campus. As well as training, campus experts have access to the resources and support from GitHub, such as swag, sponsorship, and the opportunity to attend events like GitHub Universe. To participate in the GitHub Campus Expert Program, you must be 18 years of age or over, be a student in a good standing at a higher education institution, be verified by signing up to the GitHub Student Developer Pack, and completing the Campus Expert training. When you complete the training and become a Campus Expert, you will get access to the benefits and extra support from GitHub. These benefits range from free stickers, cheat sheets for your school, for your events, hackathons. You can even get sponsorship, travel support, and the ability to attend GitHub events and conferences. If you're not a master of Git, you don't have to worry. The program focuses on your community skills. However, Campus Experts and the training does primarily take place through GitHub. So some Git and GitHub knowledge is helpful. You can learn everything you need to complete the training in any online course. We have also partnered with amazing companies such as Major League Hacking to help hackathon organizers to get funding and support through the GitHub Hackathon Grant, so you don't have anything to worry if it's your first hackathon. From students, teachers, educational institutions, and even non-traditional schools, we are here to help the next generation of computer enthusiasts to be prepared for the challenges they might face in the future. You can go to education.github.com to get free access to all of these resources. And don't forget to tag us on your tweets from the event at GitHub Education on Twitter and Facebook as well. Have a great time and enjoy the rest of the event.
Hello again. And before we get started, I just want to clarify something, that the schedule on the website is 100% correct and up to date. So my note was more just if you saw from a previous time, but everything there is happening. Get excited. Gonna be great. So, all right. So now I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Heidi. And Heidi is a developer advocate at LaunchDarkly, one of our sponsors we heard from earlier. When she's not trying to make CI/CD happen, she teaches inclusive sex ed, which I definitely want to hear about later. She also sews and raises 2 children with her wife. And her talk is called The Wonderful Things About Tiggers, Tautology, and Business Value. And considering I just learned how to pronounce the word tautology, I'm really excited to hear it. So I'll send it over to you, Heidi.
It's great to be here. I am so excited to talk to you all today. I spoke at adulting.dev, and it was really meaningful to me to get to talk to people who are at a stage of their career where they want to learn about these core skills. So the thing that I have to tell you is about your business value, and it's going to be super useful. So we're going to start with the sing-along. And I can't tell you're singing, so this works out great. The wonderful thing about Tiggers is Tiggers are wonderful things. Their tops are made out of rubber, and their bottoms are made out of springs. They're bouncy, 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 fun, 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 fun. But the most wonderful thing about Tiggers is I'm the only one, right? A lot of us grew up on this cartoon, or at least encountered it along our way. And I think it's a useful way to think about how we feel about what we're doing for our business. According to the song, the wonderful thing about Tiggers is that Tiggers are wonderful things. It's a tautology. Nothing actually proves this wonderfulness but the statement. I'm telling you this because it's possible to be a brilliant programmer or a person with a great deal of skill and still not be valuable to a company. Unlike Tiggers, we don't get to sing about how awesome we are. It's a downside, but we're going to deal with it. A tautology is a statement that is true by necessity or by virtue of its logical form. So if you say, I'm a valuable developer because developing is valuable, you haven't actually added anything to the conversation. Before we get into this, because this is going to be a little bit hard, I want to affirm your human value. You matter. Your presence in the world is important. And you deserve to exist in the world and be supported and have a full and happy life independent of your relationship with capitalism. You do. Now I'm going to get to the bummer part, which is about capitalism. But remember this slide. You, as a human, are valuable and don't need to do anything to earn that state. You are valuable. However, corporations are not set up or incentivized to care about their parts. I work for a great company with really excellent people, but I'm always aware that they're not paying me because they're nice or because I'm nice. It's because I'm creating business value for them, saving operating expenses or driving sales, doing something to help their bottom line. No company is paying somebody because it feels good. This isn't to say that the people in your management and your organization don't care. I hope they do. I hope that you work for nice people who want you to thrive as a human. But that's not all there is to employment. And as I watch my peers who are managers struggle with this, I have to say it's not easy to say, I like you as a human and you're not working out as an employee. So let's make our managers make fewer of those decisions. When we get hired to do something, it's because a company has recognized a business need that will make them more money or save them money or get more customers, something like that. They're hoping they've hired a round peg for a round hole, or at least a squishy ball of Play-Doh that they can shove into a round hole because what they have is a round hole. This is what I always tell people when they're writing cover letters. You need to understand what the problem you're solving is and address that in the cover letter. Oh, I see you need someone who can do this and also this. Okay, I will address that in the cover letter. I will answer that question that you are secretly asking yourself every time you look at a resume. Will this person solve my problem? You fulfill a business need. It's nothing personal. In many ways, this is the talk that I wish I had had when I was 25. It was 2004. I had a boring job. I was in the middle of having babies. And we were going to have a recession in a bit. And I didn't understand this principle. I thought I was getting paid because I was a good writer. No, close, but not enough. I didn't understand that I was actually getting paid because the company needed good writing. And if that seems like a distinction without a difference, I want you to sit with it a little bit. They don't care that I was a good writer. They just needed a good writer. Companies exist to make money by selling goods or services. And your skills contribute to the goal of making money. That's why you get hired. They want the skill you have. You're the goose that lays the golden egg. But if you stop laying golden eggs, or they stop needing golden eggs, then they don't need a goose anymore. The reason people keep employees is because they're expensive to replace. Hiring is strangely expensive. At upper level positions, it can cost as much as half a year's salary to find the right person for a job. At lower level positions, it can still cost, say, $10,000 to $20,000, especially if you consider all of the time that people on the team spend interviewing. So companies do not like replacing people if they can get anything useful out of them. But they will replace you if they see a strong advantage. If they can get somebody who does better than you do at a break-even point, then they may make that choice. Not because anybody dislikes you and not because you're doing bad work, but just because companies exist to make money. And here's another sad true fact. Inflation applies to golden eggs. You have a certain value when you get hired, but if you don't keep increasing that value, then it's going to be easier to replace you. In environmental sociology, there's a concept called the treadmill of production, where actors are perpetually driven to accumulate capital and expand the market in order to maintain relative economic and social position. I think you've probably all experienced that, where when I was a kid, my parents didn't even have a cell phone bill because we didn't have cell phones. And now that I am an adult, I'm paying almost $400 a month for my family's cell phone bill. So I am driven to make more money because I have new expenses. And that is how capitalism is set up to work, is to make things that were luxuries into essentials. And if they're essentials, then everybody has to buy them, and then you have to work harder to earn them. So, the thrust of this section is, I blame late stage capitalism for a lot of this. I blame late stage capitalism for a lot of things because that's what's going on. So, when you're thinking about your business value, the first thing you have to understand, the first thing you need to do is understand how your company makes money. You should really find that out. How does your company make money? And how does your role contribute to that? And how can you, in particular, you, listening to this talk, add to the bottom line of your company? Because if you don't understand how they're making money, then you're not going to be able to contribute to it effectively. This was a really cool graphic I found when I was researching this. Where do big companies, big software companies make their money? Like LinkedIn doesn't sell any software, but they sell a fair amount of advertising and they have a subscription revenue stream. Apple makes hardware and software, but doesn't do advertising. What is it that your company makes money doing? Your job is actually to provide value to the company. Literally, that's what you're here for. It's not what was written in the job description. It's not what you do or don't want to do. It's not what you're brilliant at. It's providing value to the company. And this was so hard for me to get my head around because I'm a really good writer. And what I want to do when I'm writing is write really good documentation. But sometimes what needed to happen was we needed good enough documentation much faster. And I was like, but that's not right. That's not how it's supposed to work. You don't understand my art. They understood perfectly well, and I didn't, that my art was less meaningful than their bottom line. So when you're having a conflict with somebody who's telling you to do something that seems weird, then you should listen to what makes money. Now, there's a caveat to that. There will come a point in your career where someone asks you to do something bad. And you have to decide whether you're going to compromise your moral values to do that. I have been a whistleblower. I have walked away from jobs. It's a position of enormous privilege to be able to do that, and I know that. But I also know that if we go along with everything because that's how we make money, and nobody stands up and says, this is morally heinous, we end up in a more morally heinous world. So if you're in a position where someone is asking you to do something that you feel is unethical, reach out to your network and say, hey, I'm not okay. I can't whistleblow right now. I'm not in that place, but I need to find a new job. And then document everything you can without violating the laws and leave. It'll take a while, but it's worth doing, I promise. You only get one soul, and you might as well safeguard it. So what are different jobs and how do they map to this whole value mapping, right? All right, so a developer's job is to make saleable product. It isn't even necessarily to make usable product, although I recommend that. It's to make something that people can sell. Operations job isn't really to keep systems up, although that's a side effect of the business value, which is to save on running expenses. A manager's job is to make developers more effective and prevent churn. And as a developer advocate, I was thinking about what my value is. I think the thing I bring is enthusiasm. I'm really excited to tell people about feature flags. I'm like, yes, let me tell you how you can make your whole system more complex, but also more elegant and beautiful. I'm literally excited. So that enthusiasm is the business value that I bring. Your job is not, let me be clear, clever digressions, interesting problems. I'm sorry, it's almost never your job to solve interesting problems. Internet slap fights, not your problem. Bitcoin mining, I think that one's pretty obvious. Or bossing people. You notice I put managers in here and I said their job is to reduce churn and keep developers effective. It's not to tell them necessarily what to do, it's to help point them to the business value case. All right, let's think through. What did you do yesterday? Yesterday was Friday. I don't know about you, but I watched the news in horror. I live in Minneapolis. And also I wrote a few things because, yeah, and I prepped for this talk. If what you did was punch a clock and do what somebody told you, that's okay, but it's not necessarily going to be sufficient forever. What did it produce? What did your work yesterday produce? How does that make the company money? Is saving money, building intangibles, or whatever else you're doing going to help the company? You need to be able to sort of answer that for yourself every day, because that's kind of how we get evaluated. So how do you find out what your value is? How do you find out what the company thinks they hired you to do if it wasn't the job description? Well, let's ask. Ask what the value that you bring to the team is. Ask what the team is contributing. Research how your company makes money and understand how you fit into that. Stay curious about your industry. You can't just sit down and do what people tell you to do. You're going to get left behind. You need to go to conferences not only like this, but to technical conferences. Almost all of them are online now and therefore free, and therefore have streamed all of their content, which gives you a great opportunity to just take some lunch times and catch up on whatever you're interested in, whatever the company's working on. Draw the connection between what the company is working on and what you're doing, because that connection is really what you need to understand in order to be able to keep moving forward in the direction that's going to contribute to the company. There may be only one Tigger, but there are lots of friends in the 100-acre woods. It's not actually a little shop of horrors where everyone gets eaten. It's the world that we make. It's the world that we can make together. It's really hard right now to give any kind of conference talk and not talk about the fact that systematically across the world, we've been perpetrating racial inequality and violence. It feels funny to talk about what do you do in the coming recession when the recession is here. When I wrote this talk, there was no COVID. Now that I'm giving it, I know that a lot of people are losing their jobs, a lot of people that I value and who I think do good work. But the companies are looking around and saying, we can't keep these people on, even if they're great. And so it's a really scary time to be out in the world, especially as a junior. But I want to tell you that I've been through 2 recessions so far. This is my 3rd. And there is another side, and you're going to get through. And the things that you learn now about understanding value, about working with each other, about building community, are going to be what gets you through to the other side. And I am waiting for all of us to make it through to the other side together. If you liked this talk, if it was useful to you, if you want the slides, I'm going to go ahead and post them in the Discord. And if you want a t-shirt from Launch Darkly, you can go ahead and visit this link, and we will either send you a t-shirt or a bandana, depending on where you're located. I want to thank you all for your time. I know that you've taken a Saturday to listen to this conference and that it is a choice that you've made with your time. So I am happy to take your questions now. Thank you again.
Hello. Thank you so much, Heidi. It was like between Tigger being like the perfect energy boost we needed post break and everything being ultra relatable, I really appreciate you also taking the time to give this talk today. So we have our first question in. Our first question is, how can you find out if your existing work has company value?
Oh, that's a great question. So I kind of glossed over this, but let me say, you need to understand how your company makes money. Like what company you're working for. If it's a publicly traded company, you can go look at the stock reports and say, where are the income streams? They have to disclose that. If it's not a publicly traded company, I would go to, if you're at a small enough company, your finance person and say, like, where's the majority of our money coming from? And then you go to your manager and you say, what do you think our team's job is? Like, what are we here to do? And how does that relate to this overarching goal? And that combination is going to let you connect those dots. So I work for, well, we used to be small. We're now a medium-sized startup. And the business value that we're delivering is that people can do things more quickly and safely. Okay, so my value is to tell people how we can do things quickly and safely. And so I can make that connection. And this is going to take some work. It's like a research paper, but it's worth doing because once you learn how to do it, you're always going to be able to see your position. All right.
Sorry.
I have a question from Kevin in the channel.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I can read it out loud just for.
That'd be great.
So what if your work indirectly supports bottom line, but you can't tell? How can you bring that value to the forefront and make others notice it too?
Right. So if you can't figure out what's going on exactly, like if you are in development, you can frequently look and see, like, what does the software sell for? What percentage of the software am I? Right. An amazing number of people do not know what their software sells for. It's worth asking. You have to track down the sales team and they're like, it depends, but anyone who has tried to figure out.
It depends.
It depends, but they will eventually give you a number because they eventually give, customers a number. But maybe your contribution is in savings. Maybe your contribution is in saving either like direct financial things, like I work in ops and I keep our AWS bill sane, or maybe your contribution is I work in HR and what I do is make sure that our employees are happy. Or, okay, the example is internal communications. How do you talk about the value that it brings to other people's work? Internal communications is actually essential because if you don't have them, then every team sort of like diverges and works on different things and they're not always the correct thing. So internal communications means that you're keeping the entire company aligned. How you can point to the value of that is point out places where it's failed and how much it's cost. Because almost no one has been perfect at this. You say, okay, look at this example where we didn't get that right. Here's how much it cost us to walk that back or to bring that team back into alignment.
Yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense. Especially, yeah, that's a really good way to quantify things that maybe are a little bit more vague. So we have another question from an attendee.
Mm-hmm.
So any tips for folks looking for their first tech job and how to figure out how to frame what you can bring to a new career?
Okay. I'm excited that you're looking for your first tech job. Like, congratulations. Welcome to the fun. The thing that you're going to want to emphasize when you don't have this work history is that you do have a history of understanding a problem. So your first tech job, either you're a career transitioner or you're very young. And if you're a career transitioner, you actually have a ton of resources to talk about. Like, I have an acquaintance who used to be a bakery manager before she got into tech. And the thing that she had was the ability to manage complex timelines. And so when she was applying for jobs, she's like, and one of the things that I can bring to your tech team is the ability to understand complex timelines with multiple dependencies, because if you get the frosting done before the cupcakes, it doesn't work as well. She didn't say frosting and cupcakes, but that's essentially what she was saying. So like, mine your past experience for whatever you have that's like relevant to solving a problem. Even if you don't necessarily know what exact problem that team has, you can still say, like, from the looks of your job ad, it appears that what you need is, maybe what they just need is somebody to come in and do the boring work. And the thing that you can offer there is documentation. Like, there's nothing more valuable than a junior who documents all of the unspoken assumptions as they go along. Because that gives the team as a whole the ability to onboard faster and to solve problems faster and to do troubleshooting faster. But a lot of senior people sort of, they know it, so they don't document it. And then it's tribal knowledge and it gets lost.
Excellent advice. I'm also a career changer, so I switched from journalism, and that is also what I tell people, because I think no matter where you come from, you have, like, if you're changing careers, whatever your past career is, there's always something that you bring that is like uniquely applicable to software, even if it's not directly coding. It's exactly what you said about problem solving and being able to approach things in a different way. So I really appreciate you highlighting that. I think it's excellent. So we have another one. Let me look. So what would you recommend when we're providing value outside of our originally hired for contribution without an official title change? Is that undervaluing yourself by not having specific recognition around your contributions?
Yes.
I love it. Straight.
So there's a ton of labor that happens that doesn't get acknowledged in a job title. And it's valuable to teams, but because we don't have a way to like tie that to direct monetary compensation, we tend to dismiss it. There aren't probably that many managers listening to this talk, but for the love of Pete, please write up when your report runs an ERG or like helps out with any kind of cultural stuff. Write a letter of thank you, write a commendation, even just an email, something that they can put in their folder for this is what I did. It's very difficult to get corporations to pay for these culture things because they don't see how it contributes. But I will tell you that failing your culture contributes to churn. You're losing a lot of your best technologists if you have bad culture, because they're the ones who can see systemic problems and they're like, oh, hey, look, I'm the only Black woman on this team. I don't think this is going to work out for me long term. I'm going to start looking for an exit. So if you're not paying attention to your culture, you are paying into a churn fund. And that is also super expensive. So if you're not getting valued for that, ask your manager, ask your peers, ask the people that you run it for. And then, this is a really important job tip, keep, not on your work email, a folder of, mine is labeled Add a Girl. And it's just email compliments or like especially nice tweets or whatever that I save, A, because it makes me feel better on bad days, and B, because I can pull it up and say, hey, look, in an instance a lot like the one you're asking about, somebody already complimented me on doing a good job. Having that external affirmation and confirmation really helps people understand that you have been doing this work, you will continue doing this work, and it's valuable to you.
That's excellent. I never even thought about keeping a folder like that, but it absolutely makes sense. So thank you for that. And I want to shift a little bit. And yeah, you touched on ethics, which is one of my favorite topics. So how do you balance needing to work and the ethical implications of what your work does?
This is a really hard one to answer because it depends so much on your circumstances. I am very privileged. I'm principal level in my company. Probably even today, if I wanted to leave my company, I could find another job. So I have a lot of ethical bank. So I can say, like, look, I will quit if we work with this organization. Just FYI, it's a deal breaker for me. People who are newer in their career, who are younger, who are more economically precarious, which is not, by the way, your fault. See above late stage capitalism, may not be able to make that choice. And that's okay. What you can do is do the best you can to change the culture that you're in without getting fired, and work your way out as fast as you can. Like, you may not be able to table flip and walk the moment somebody signs an ICE contract, but you can update your resume and start contacting people and say, look, here's what I've got. Here's what I'm looking at. If I spent 6 months up-leveling my skills, what do you think I should up-level in so I can go to a different company? The sad fact is, almost all technology companies are ethically compromised in some way. It is a matter of picking the least poisonous of the pills, not picking an entirely good actor. I can't think of any entirely good actors.
Me neither.
Yeah.
On a related note, if you are maybe in that position of being more privileged and you are able to walk out, what do you think is the line between, like, I should stay and try to change things from the inside versus, like, I should whistleblow and leave?
Liz Fong Jones has an excellent talk on that, about the ethics of when you should leave. And since she walked away from a lot of money at Google, I feel like she's got a lot of room to talk about that. The time that I whistleblew and left was actually about they requested that I commit plagiarism against the American Medical Association. And those are lawyers that I am unwilling to tangle with. And also that you would ask me to do this, even when I told you it was plagiarism, tells me that you will never respect intellectual property.
Absolutely.
And I can't even with you. But I didn't quit until I had something else lined up. So I think how you know when you can walk away is when you're going to be able to keep your family safe, and when you can no longer, when nobody will listen to you about culture change, or they'll listen to you and do nothing. Like, I think a lot of us are confronting the fact that our companies have been trying to do better about racial representation, and, like, there's a few people of color in our companies, and yet it doesn't seem like we're making any progress on real representation and real inclusion. If they keep failing, eventually you're like, maybe you're not really trying.
No, absolutely. And I think people are also realizing that, I don't know, I've realized, like, you might be thinking that you work somewhere that really cares about these issues, and the recent events are highlighting that things are probably not going to change. So that's really good advice. So we have our final question for this time, which is, how do you manage when a company hires you and then it's clear that they don't know what your impact or value or what they want you to do to show it?
Okay. So this is actually, developer advocacy is a super fuzzy place. We don't do direct sales leads. We don't have marketing campaigns. Like, there's not a lot of numbers for, I heard this talk by somebody and they made me feel warm and fuzzy, and 6 months later I saw their company come up and I thought, well, maybe why not? So, like, this is something I struggle with all the time. I think it's important to say, here's the value that I think I'm bringing. Like, I think that I can quantify my contribution by saying, here's how many people are using the API, because that's something that I'm talking about. Here's how many people are watching my talks and, like, 6 months later, like if you have multi-touch attribution, you can find that out. But in general, if the company doesn't know why they hired you, you are going to have to make that case. You cannot count on them to do that for you. And if you don't make that case, eventually you will get somebody new who's like, why are we even paying for that department? We should get rid of it. So even if you had like a visionary person who hired you on, by the nature of technology, jobs are always changing, they will leave. And if you don't have a way to say, here is how I'm reducing cost, here is how I'm promoting our image, here is how I am streamlining internal processes, then it's going to be really hard to argue that you should get to stay.
Definitely. And that's all the time we have, but I really want to thank you for taking the time to, say that it's okay to advocate for ourselves. And we will continue this conversation, hopefully, in the self-advocacy channel on Discord.
That sounds great. And I will be in the sponsor channel on Discord if anybody has any questions. So I'll be around for a few hours this afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Heidi.
All right.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right. Hello. To make sure that I'm extra clear, because I know I kind of stumbled earlier, we have 2 talks left on the schedule. Our closing talk about lending privilege with Anwan, and this next talk about making #remote work actually work with Lauren Schaefer. And I think these 2 talks these topics are always important, but it's especially relevant for what we're living through right now. And I can't wait. So I want to tell you a little bit about Lauren before she hops in here. So she is a developer advocate for MongoDB. She has a super impressive resume, which includes holding a Master's of Science in Computer Science and co-inventing 12, hear me, 12, issued US patents. Wild. So many. So she's also been working from her home office for the last decade, which makes her the perfect person to be hearing from today. And with that, I'll pass it over to you, Lauren. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Carolyn. Before I jump into talking about remote work, I want to acknowledge that there is a lot going on in the world right now. Many of us are feeling sad. Many of us are feeling frustrated. Many of us are feeling angry, and many of us are hurting. For years, we've had a pattern of racial injustice and systematic racism in the US. For many of us, current events have increased our awareness of this ugly problem. We must change. We must do better. In a global online space like this, chances are good that some of you are already working to influence change. I applaud you for this. In this space, I have a feeling some of you want to be part of the solution, but you aren't sure how. It can be so easy to acknowledge the problem, feel overwhelmed by it, and then just become immobilized by that overwhelming feeling. We feel the feelings of sadness and anger, but then don't actually take the next step to do something about it. It's so easy to let this happen without even realizing it. In the tech world, when we have a large problems to solve, we don't do it all at once. We break it down into smaller tasks or user stories that can be accomplished in a day or 2. When you put all of those tasks together, you get a full working app. So let's do the same thing here. If you're not already involved in being part of the solution, I encourage you to pick one small thing you can do this weekend, and then do it. If you're not sure what you can do, I have a list of 3 things you can do. I recognize that I'm coming into this conversation as a white person with privilege, so the research that I've done on how to help is from that perspective. And I'm not saying these are the right things to do or the best things to do. I just want to give you some practical examples of small steps you can take right now. So one thing you can do is educate yourself. There are so many ways you can do this. You can research the history of racism online. You can go to YouTube and other social media and listen to the stories Black people are sharing. You can learn about microaggressions and bias and discover how you might be unintentionally hurting others. One book that's been recommended to me by a couple of people is How to Be an Anti-Racist by Kendi. If you have kids, talk with them about racism and current events. Research from Harvard University shows that kids as young as 3 embrace racism when exposed to it. It's not too early to talk with your kids about it. It's probably going to be really uncomfortable for you, but it's important. EmbraceRace.org has put together a list of children's books to help you have these conversations. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I've heard that the town hall that Sesame Street did earlier today was really well done, so you can look for that as well. And then my final suggestion for you is to donate. Many of us in the tech industry have been fortunate to keep our jobs during this pandemic as we're able to work remotely. I know that not everyone here has remained employed, but if you're in a position to donate, I encourage you to do so. Find a cause that reflects your values and donate. It can be easy to feel overwhelmed when you start researching what cause to donate to, as there are so many good organizations. But don't let that sway you from donating. You don't have to find the perfect cause. Find one that is doing good work and donate to it. If you find another cause later on that's doing great things, you can always donate to that cause as well. Think about the impact we could make right now if everyone who is listening donated just $5. Think about if we all donated more. There are many good lists online right now of organizations to donate to. To get you started, here's one I found on Charity Navigator that lists nonprofits that are defending civil rights. There's so many other things you can do. You can protest, you can sign a petition, you can support a friend who is hurting, you can research politicians for the upcoming election, you can amplify Black voices who are sharing their stories and ideas for solutions, you can advocate for better hiring and promotion policies at your company, you can support Black-owned businesses, you can get involved in an organization that is working to influence change, or you can attend the session after this one about how to lend your privilege and then actually follow through and lend your privilege. Whatever it is, I encourage you to do one thing this weekend and then pick something else and do it next week. Just don't do nothing. The silence is deafening. All right, there's really no smooth way to make a transition here, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So let's shift gears and let's talk about remote work. This is a picture of my dad. He has no idea I'm using this photo in this presentation, but he willingly posed for this photo and then he posted it on Facebook. So I feel like if he didn't want this picture broadcasted in a presentation to people around the world, that's really on him. And Dad doesn't usually come to my presentations, but since this is being broadcasted, he might actually be watching. So hi, Dad. Anyway, you probably can't tell from this ridiculous photo, but he was a Harrier pilot in the military for over 20 years. Then he retired from the military and joined Lockheed Martin, where he currently works as a people manager. When the quarantine orders hit his area, he called me up and he was like, Lauren, you've been working remotely for years. What advice can you give to me to give to my employees who have never worked remotely? So I started rattling off bits and pieces of advice and he was like, wait, let me get a notepad. And old school, he actually started scribbling down notes. After a few minutes, he was like, okay, that's enough. Let's just stop. Okay, so this presentation will be a much more organized version of that conversation I had with my dad. I'm going to give you my top 10 tips for making remote work actually work right now in current quarantine conditions. If you're here, I'm going to assume that you are working remotely because you want to, or you've been forced to due to quarantine or safety concerns, or perhaps you're preparing to begin working for one of the big Silicon Valley companies who recently discovered that remote work actually works, and they're shifting to allow all employees to work remotely forever. I gave a talk at PyCon last year where I discussed what the research shows about the effectiveness of remote work. I shared my story of how I began working remotely. I walked through a framework of how to ask your boss if you can work remotely, and I shared my top 5 tips for working remotely during normal conditions. So if you're interested in those topics, check out that talk on YouTube. The slides for today's presentation are available on my Twitter page, so don't worry about scribbling down the link. You'll be able to get it afterward. All right, so let's dive in to my top 10 tips for how to make remote work actually work right now. So number 10, acknowledge that this isn't normal. Life isn't normal right now. If you are struggling to work remotely, it's important to acknowledge that these are not normal remote work conditions. Julia is a technical program manager at Google, and she tweeted this at the beginning of May. She said, I've been working remotely for 2.5 years. The past 2.5 months have left me more exhausted than ever before. This is your reminder that you're not working remotely. You're working remotely during a global health crisis. I cannot agree more. I've been working remotely for 10 years, and working remotely during quarantine has been a huge struggle for me. I have a 4-year-old who's running around, making noise, and interrupting me. Before the pandemic, when I would tell people that I would work from home, sometimes they would say, "Oh, that must be so nice that you get to spend time with your kid while you work." And I'm like, "Oh, no, she goes to daycare. There's no way I could work effectively and watch her at the same time." And here I've been attempting to do just that during quarantine, and it's been rough. Perhaps you have noisy kids or roommates or pets. Perhaps you're stressed because of financial concerns, or you're worried about the health of your friends and family, or you miss being around other people, or you're upset due to recent tragedies and racial injustice. Whatever the case, life is not normal right now. So try to cut yourself some slack. For people like me, this is definitely easier said than done. But seriously, try to cut yourself some slack and acknowledge that if you're currently struggling with remote work, you may do better once we return to more normal conditions, whatever that looks like. So as I mentioned, this is a top 10 list. Before I move on to each new tip, I'm going to repeat the tips we've already covered to hopefully help seal them in your brain. So number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. If you're going to be on a call where you know you're going to struggle to pay attention and you're going to be tempted to reply to email or check social media or make snarky comments with your colleagues on Slack, take your hands away from your keyboard and do some other mindless task. For example, you could do the dishes, color, dust. I know I did a little cleaning this morning, exercise, or even paint your nails. Studies show that doodling helps people retain information. I found the same to be true for any mindless task. If I sit in front of my computer, the temptation to multitask is too great. I'm likely to do something else that will require mental energy and prevent me from fully listening. So for those boring all hands calls or dry conference sessions where you're going to struggle to pay attention, just turn off your webcam and do something else. So number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. Number 8, eat intentionally. I have a problem of bringing a huge Costco-sized box of Cheez-Its into my office and then eating way too many of them. Also, whenever my toddler snacks or my husband snacks, I want a snack. That's fair, right? Well, the quarantine has not been kind to my waistline. So I've been trying to make an effort recently to eat intentionally. If I want a snack, I go pour myself a reasonably sized portion into a bowl. I'm also trying to limit the number of snacks and keep them relatively healthy. Now, I've heard from some of my colleagues, they have the opposite problem. They will sit at their desks and not realize they missed their lunch until 2 p.m. I honestly don't understand how this is possible, but apparently this is an issue for some people. If that's you, set an alarm on your phone or block time on your calendar to eat lunch. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and eating intentionally. So, number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. Number 8, eat intentionally. Number 7, actively prevent burnout. When you work from home, it's so easy to work long hours and never feel disconnected from your work. A study in March of this year showed that US employees are working an average of 3 hours more per day during the pandemic. 3 hours. When you work remotely, you don't have the physical trigger of like walking into an office to know you should begin working and then leaving the office to know you should stop working. It's so easy for the lines to blur, especially when we have access to Slack and email on our phones. But here's the thing. Your employer has invested a lot of time and money to make you a productive employee. They don't want you to burn out and quit. If you leave, they have to start over and train someone completely new to be productive. Additionally, if you leave, you take with you all of that team knowledge that may not be written down anywhere. So actively prevent burnout. Your manager probably isn't going to do this for you, so you have to be very proactive. If your manager asks you to do something that will force you to work overtime, be upfront and ask them, which task would you like me to drop? The other key here is to set boundaries. Pick what time you typically want to start working and what time you typically want to stop working, and stick to it. When your workday is over, turn off your computer. If you have Slack and email on your phone, turn off the notifications. Completely disconnect whenever possible so that you can return to work each day refreshed and ready to do your best work. Pauline gave a great talk about burnout earlier today. If you missed it, definitely go look for the recording later. All right, so number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. Number 8, eat intentionally. Number 7, actively prevent burnout. Number 6, be productive. Yep, it's important to actually do your job. Slack conducted a study during the COVID-19 pandemic and found that how long you've been working remotely in terms of experience makes an impact on how productive you are. In fact, they found that those who were new to remote work were twice as likely to say they are less productive at home. The study also showed that a majority of experienced remote workers say they are more productive at home. Over time, as you work remotely, you gather tools to help you be productive. So let's talk about some tools you can use to help you be productive. First up, set daily goals. I begin every day by looking at my task list and picking out the most important, like 1 or 2 things that I want to get done that day. And then I do everything I can to get those done. This helps me focus on what's most important and not just what's most urgent or what's easiest. Now, I have a tendency to get lost in my work. I can sit at my computer for hours without taking a break, except for maybe a quick trip to the kitchen to grab a snack that I will then bring back and eat at my desk. This is not great. So I've set up reminders to move on my Fitbit. Every hour, my Fitbit will buzz if I have not moved enough. This is great as it helps me stretch and clear my head. Mental breaks will help you be more productive, so take them. On the flip side, some people struggle to get work done if they don't have the accountability of someone walking by like they would in an office to see if they're actually working. So if you're one of those people, I recommend trying out the Pomodoro technique. The idea is to work in short blocks of time on a specific task, about 25 minutes, and then take a break. The great thing here is that it encourages you to avoid distractions like social media or TV or Slack messages, so you can create focused work time to get stuff done. If you want to Google this technique, it's called the Pomodoro technique. It's named after the tomato-shaped kitchen timers. All right, so to sum this tip up, set goals, get important stuff done, be productive. Number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. Number 8, eat intentionally. Number 7, actively prevent burnout. Number 6, be productive. Number 5, embrace the kids. This is not advice I would typically give remote workers, but these are not normal times. You guys remember this BBC interview from a couple years ago? This guy is giving an interview on a very serious topic, and one of his kids rolls in. She's super pleased with herself. The dad is just mortified. And then kid number 2 rolls in, and dad really just can't believe this is happening. Luckily, mom comes in to save the day. And in just a moment, she sneaks back in to shut the door. Now, to be honest with you, I probably would have been mortified as well. I'm a huge advocate for having childcare if you're working from home. It's really hard to be an effective parent and an effective employee at the same time. The thing is, kids are home right now, and there's very little we can do about it. I've been so impressed with the way Jimmy Fallon has embraced his kids while attempting to film The Tonight Show. He knew his kids were going to be around, and he rolled with it. My husband and I have done our best to co-parent while working remotely, but it's been tough. I've been so appreciative of my manager who talks with my daughter and makes her feel special when he sees her on the call. My kid is so much happier if she feels acknowledged. I found that if I let her come in, say hi to everyone, waved everybody on the webcam, she's much more likely to leave and then go play in another room. If you're working with people who have kids at home, please be kind to the kids. The parents are struggling, and a few kind words to the kid is going to make everybody feel better. Also, while it may seem like parents are going to be the least productive people on your team right now, a Valor study showed otherwise. They surveyed people during the pandemic and found that those who were working from home with children saw a 2% productivity decrease. They found that those who were working alone without other adults or children in the home, meaning they were completely self-isolating, they saw a 3% productivity decrease. This really surprised me. My hypothesis would have been that parents would be the least productive group. So when you're checking in on your coworkers who are parents to make sure they're doing okay, also check in on your coworkers who are isolating completely by themselves. They might be struggling even more. So number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. Number 8, eat intentionally. Number 7, actively prevent burnout. Number 6, be productive. Number 5, embrace the kids. Number 4, care for yourself. This is another one that is easier said than done, especially if you're caring for others right now. But do what you can to take care of yourself. Try to exercise a bit every day. Try to eat something healthy. Try to do something fun. I'm an introvert, so you might think I'd be doing fine during quarantine, but I actually have way less time to myself right now that everyone is home with me all the time. I've found that taking slow walks by myself in the evening can really help. Sometimes I'll even put on my noise canceling headphones on, and I don't even play music, so I can really be alone with my thoughts. My guess is that the extroverts are also struggling. If that's you, create virtual coffee breaks, happy hours, game nights, or whatever with your colleagues, your friends, or your families. You know what you need, so make time for it. Care for yourself. Number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. Number 8, eat intentionally. Number 7, actively prevent burnout. Number 6, be productive. Number 5, embrace the kids. Number 4, care for yourself. And number 3, take a lunch break every day, away from your computer. As a working mom, my lunch break was one of my favorite parts of my day. It was my guilt-free time to sit quietly and enjoy watching whatever TV show I wanted that no one else in my family wanted to watch. And I could actually hear the TV show without any interruptions. It was amazing. But now everybody's home, so we have family lunch. Yay. I'm sure I'll look back on these family lunches with fondness. So for me, I like to watch TV during lunch, but maybe you're not a TV person. Maybe you prefer to read a book or a magazine. Maybe you want to listen to a podcast, or maybe you want to go for a walk or exercise. Whatever the case, take 30 minutes in the middle of your day, step away from your computer, and do something else. I found that if I'm starting to lose focus or I'm stuck on a problem, I'll take a lunch break and return refreshed, and the answer on how to move forward on that problem will come to me. So every day, take a lunch break. Number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. Number 8, eat intentionally. Number 7, actively prevent burnout. Number 6, be productive. Number 5, embrace the kids. Number 4, care for yourself. Number 3, take a lunch break. I have saved my most important 2 tips for last. Number 2, ask for what you want. I attended the Grace Hopper Celebration of Women in Computing a few years ago, back when we could attend conferences in person, and a moderator asked a keynote panel, if you could change one thing, what would it be? Tella Whitney's response was so simple, but it has stuck with me all these years later. She said, if I could change anything, it would be that each and every one of you would ask for what she wants. Now, typically when I share this with people, I encourage them to ask for a promotion or a raise or a growth opportunity. And I still stand by that advice. But I want to really encourage you to think about what you want right now from your company, your spouse, your roommates, your kids, and then ask them for it. I've been reading a lot of articles about how to successfully work remotely with kids during quarantine. And some of the articles have suggested that you simply explain to your kids that you need focused work time. And then supposedly the kids are going to allow you to work for an hour or 2 uninterrupted. that sounds really great. And maybe that works for older kids, but I can assure you that did not work for my toddler. So think about what your ask is, what's within the reasonable scope of possibilities, and ask for it. In my case, I told my manager I was struggling to work with my toddler at home and asked to take advantage of the parental care leave that my company was offering. My management team was really supportive. So they actually came back to me and they said, instead of taking a couple weeks off solid, would it work better for you to actually stretch that out and work part-time instead? And I was like, yes, that would be a great fit for both my family and my team, because I was able to stay connected and still get some work done, even though I was working part-time. My family would have had a really tough time without this option. Perhaps you want to ask your manager if you can shift your schedule around and work different hours than you typically do. Perhaps you want to ask your manager if you can take time off as part of FMLA because working with kids just isn't working. Perhaps you want to ask your roommates if they can stop playing loud music at 10 p.m. on weekdays so you can maintain a regular sleep schedule. It might seem scary or feel uncomfortable, but the people in your life probably don't know what you need or what you want. So ask for what you want. All right, last time to recap this list. Number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. Number 9, do something else. Number 8, eat intentionally. Number 7, actively prevent burnout. Number 6, be productive. Number 5, embrace the kids. Number 4, care for yourself. Number 3, take a lunch break. Number 2, ask for what you want. My final tip for you today, be a great PR agent for yourself. I'm shamelessly borrowing this tip from a keynote that Nora Denzel gave several years ago. She encouraged us all to be great PR agents for ourselves. Your colleagues and your managers probably don't know all the amazing things you do, so tell them. If you solve a really hard problem, tell them about it. And don't just say, I solved X and it was no big deal. Explain why it was hard or time-consuming. When you're remote, people don't see what you're working on, so you have to advertise your work. If you have a daily scrum or a weekly status meeting, show up ready to tell your team what you've been working on. Be conscious of how you're describing yourself. Control your press release. When I gave my remote work talk last year, this was one of my tips. That very same day, someone asked me how another talk I had given went. I said, well, I got really nervous, so I started talking really fast, and then I started coughing, and I lost my train of thought. And he was like, Lauren, I heard it went great. And I thought, here I am wrecking the press release that someone already gave about me, and I'm just saying how awful of a job I did. So if you didn't do a great job, you don't necessarily have to advertise it. Talk about the good parts. If you do a great job, let people know about it. There are different ways you can do this, and it really depends on your team's culture. If someone gives me a compliment on Twitter or email, I forward it to my management team. It's an easy way to brag without it seeming like I'm bragging. If someone gives you a compliment verbally, you can always ask them to email it to you or your manager. You can also create a culture of compliments on your team. If you compliment your teammates and make it normal to do so, they're likely to compliment your strengths as well. And that's a win for everyone. Be a great PR agent for yourself. Okay, so one last time, I want to recap all of my tips for you. So number 10, acknowledge this isn't normal. If you're struggling to work remotely right now, know that there are a lot of other factors at play. Remote work may not be the problem. Number 9, do something else. If you're going to struggle to pay attention during a meeting or a conference session, do a mindless task at the same time. Number 8, eat intentionally. Portion control your snacks. Schedule lunch if you need to. Number 7, actively prevent burnout. Do what you can to work a consistent schedule. When you're done working, turn off your computer and those phone notifications. Number 6, be productive. Set daily goals. Use the Pomodoro technique to stay focused. Number 5, embrace the kids. They're around right now. Let parents know that it's okay. Number 4, care for yourself. Every day, try to exercise in some form, eat something healthy, and do something fun. Number 3, take a lunch break. In the middle of your day, step away from your computer for 30 minutes to clear your head. Number 2, ask for what you want. People probably don't know what you want or need unless you ask. So ask. And finally, number 1, be a great PR agent for yourself. Advertise your work and be conscious of the words that you are using when you do so. I would love to connect with you on social. You can find me on both Twitter and TikTok with the username Lauren_Schaefer. I'm also on LinkedIn as Lauren Hayward Schaefer. And as a reminder, the slides for this presentation are available on my Twitter page. I've compiled a list of resources and related links if you want to deep dive into this topic more. So you can find those at the back of this presentation. So I hope these tips help you to be a happy and productive remote employee. You've got this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was great. And I'm just going to dive right into our first question. Any chance you've got some recommendations for being productive or doing what needs to be done if you don't have a dedicated office or workspace and you don't have the means or funds to build an office space? This isn't from me, but as someone who is literally calling from my kitchen table, I also am curious.
Yeah, it's a really tough one right now because people are working from home who weren't planning on it. I'm fortunate to have a dedicated workspace because I do this regularly. I would say whatever you can do to try and make yourself an ergonomically friendly. I don't know if that's a word. Pay attention to the ergonomics. I don't recommend working from your bed if you can avoid it. You're going to end up hurting by the end of the day. If you can find a table, your kitchen table is great. Find a spot where you can sit with a door. If you've got other people wandering around, it's tough. You can also talk to your manager. This is another case of maybe ask for what you want. If your employer says, you know what, we're going to be working remotely for at least 6 more months, maybe that's an opportunity for you to come and ask them, hey, can I get a desk? Can I get an extra monitor? And ask for what you need. See if they've got any flexibility, any budget for you.
Yeah, great. Awesome. So do you have, to keep going on this tips journey, do you have any tips for not morning people to remain productive near the start of the day, especially if you find yourself like sitting, not really doing much at the beginning of the day?
So I do like to get up and work early. I actually get up at 7 a.m. I start working at 7 a.m. every day, which I like to do because my team is not online usually. I do have some European teammates who are online, but I can get online and get some work done before my team is online, which is really nice. So that's a bonus to getting up early, is you get that quiet time to knock some stuff out. If that's not you, I would encourage you to set up a regular sleep schedule and get comfortable waking up at a regular time, and maybe get up and exercise before you start working.
No, that's great. When I started working remote, I tried to go for a walk every morning because then at least it felt like I was commuting.
Yeah.
So, I at least try to get some sun and energy. So our next question is actually—
I'm going to build on that real quick. My man does that. He actually will get dressed, and I don't bother putting on real clothes usually, but he will get dressed, put on his tennis shoes, and walk around the house, the outside of his house, in order to feel like he is starting working. So yeah, if you need a physical trigger, do it.
Yeah, I also highly recommend. All right, so our last question of the session is from another speaker. So they say that one of the problems I have working fully remote is that my diary is a free for all, and everyone piles in because they can't see how busy I am. It means that I need to continually context switch. Any tips to stop this happening?
That is a tough one. It kind of depends on your team's culture. One thing you can do is soft block time on your calendar. I know Google Calendar will allow you to do that. So I soft block whenever my stop time is, but perhaps you can soft block 2 days a week. I've heard of people doing that they just don't take meetings 2 days a week, or they block their whole morning. And maybe it's another situation of having an honest conversation with your teammates and asking for what you want. Yeah, that's a tough one.
No, definitely. And because we have another minute, I'm going to quickly ask, do you have this might be similar to the morning person question, but do you have any tips for someone who might struggle to feel productive after lunch?
Yeah, if you can get up and exercise a little during lunch, that helps. And then what really helps me is just checking out my task list and knowing, okay, this is what I've got. I'm committing to myself. I'm going to get this done today. And so trying to honor that commitment with myself, that's what helps me.
Amazing. All right. That's all we have time for, but thank you so much again for your talk. It was wonderful, and I'm hoping we can keep this conversation going on the Working with Others channel on Discord.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And with that, we're going to hear from another sponsor, Samsung Internet.
Hi there. I'm Dan Appleghost from Samsung Internet. I hope you're having a great You Got This at Home conference. This is a conference that we're very excited to be able to sponsor and help support this year. Not only Twitter excited, but actual genuine excitement. That's because these are such important topics to be able to cover, especially at this challenging time when all of us, I think, are having challenges with regards to how we communicate with other people, how we work with other people, both inside and outside of our organizations. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do and why we think this is an important topic. So, first of all, Samsung Internet advocacy team that I lead is, we're part of the engineering group of Samsung Internet web browser, which is a mobile web browser for Android phones, not only for Samsung phones, but also for any Android phone. We tend to do a lot of communications about new web technologies. We're going out, we're blogging about topics like WebVR, WebXR, building progressive web apps, building cocktail progressive web apps, web animations, all kinds of things like that. We're also going out and running events. So we're running a series of English and Spanish events that are focusing on new web technologies, and we have a meetup page here on Meetup as well. We're doing other things that engage with the ecosystem of web developers and engineers and the internet in general. Things like we're part of the ecosystem around mobile, the MDN documentation site, where we're actually helping to build MDN. We're writing documentation. We're helping them decide what to work on through the product advisory board that we participate in with Google and Microsoft and Mozilla and some other organizations. We're also building and putting prototypes out there open source. So anytime that we blog about something, we usually put some code samples or a working prototype out there open source so that people can take a look at it and understand what we're talking about. And we're participating in things like the W3C Immersive Web Working Group. So web standards are set in organizations that are global consortium organizations that involve people from all over the world and different companies and other kinds of organizations like academic organizations. Immersive Web Working Group is one of the groups where we're playing a leading role. Ada is co-chairing that group. And we also do things like contribute into open source. So in a related area, we're contributing into A-Frame, which is a kind of key open source library for developers for immersive web experiences. And we're contributing other kinds of things into web standards. So we're contributing new ideas, for instance, how web pages should behave on devices that might have a foldable screen. And we also do things like contribute into the work to create a new code of conduct in W3C. So what do all these things have in common? These are all about people. These ecosystems that we're participating in are all about people, and they're about communication. The types of skills and the types of concepts that are being discussed in this conference today are exactly the kinds of things that you need to know and understand in order to be able to participate in those ecosystems and to help drive those ecosystems. Those skills are just as vital to people working in technology as coding, as architecture, as design, as any of those other kinds of skills. They're extremely vital. And I hope that we can all learn something. I'm certainly planning on learning stuff. So with that, I'm just going to say I hope you have a great rest of your conference, and thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. So I don't have a ring light, but I'm using the You Got This website as a nice ring light. So hopefully it looks okay. My apartment got so dark all of a sudden. Anyway, so now we're heading into our last talk of the day, which is sad. But I've also been foreshadowing this talk a bit all day, so not sad at all because it's finally here. So our final speaker of the day is Anwan Simmons. He also has a super impressive CV, which includes a degree in electrical engineering, a master's of business administration, and a successful track record of delivering everything from user interfaces to databases. He's also someone who has spoken all around the world, so we're very happy to have him here on our corner of the internet today. So now I'll hand it over to you, Anwan. Thanks.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I cannot tell you how excited I am to be here with the You Got This audience. I know that this is kind of weird because we normally are together and we can all mingle, and due to the current state of events in the world, that's not possible. But one thing that will always be true is my love for working in technology. Like Carolyn said, I've worked in technology for 20 plus years, and there's just something awesome about building software. And one thing that's really cool about building software is that things always change. There's always some framework or some new API or some way to even test code that helps us stay on our toes, and we have to always grow and develop. But you know, one change that I think we can also be a part of is making the software industry a more inclusive and diverse industry. But not only that, I want to make the world more inclusive and diverse. And because I've given this talk so many times, and it is an inclusion and diversity talk, I have conversations with business leaders, and they often ask me questions like, well, how can we change our policies to be more inclusive? Or what do we need to do to be more inclusive? And those questions are often well-intentioned, but they're not the right questions. Those aren't the right things to be thinking about. Because I'm here to tell you today that inclusion is coming. Inclusion is coming. So the right question is, how do we make sure we're prepared for inclusion? Many of you have seen protests around the world in recent days, and I think most people are waking up to the reality that the world is changing in fundamental ways. And companies are really at the crossroads of inclusion. So again, inclusion is coming, but you know, vulnerable groups like people of color and women and LGBTQ people and other marginalized groups, you know, we've done this for a long time. We've always had to balance protecting ourselves while also pursuing our dreams. Even though we are doing this in companies that often don't look like us and often don't represent our best interest. And so marginalized groups, we're using our power, and it's a power that is really motivated by new technology like social media. We're using our power to push into these companies, despite the fact that often they don't represent us. And we're seeing companies brought to the carpet for that lack of representation, even today, when companies are finding that having really homogenous leadership and homogenous boards blinds them to the reality of what's happening in the world. And how can you truly serve your customers if your products are not made by people who look like them? But you know what? This is not a new problem. Several years ago, there was a television show that had a really popular fan base, and an actor on the show, he had a dilemma. This actor, who was really the biggest star on the show, he found out that one of the female actresses was not being paid as much as the male actors. So when he learned about this, he went to the studio and he demanded equal pay for this actress. And because he was one of the biggest stars of the show, he was successful. The actress got the pay that she deserved. The show was Star Trek. The actor was Leonard Nimoy, who, of course, played Spock. And the actress was Nichelle Nichols, who played Uhura. That's right, Leonard Nimoy was down with equal pay for equal work way before it was cool. Nimoy let Nichols his privilege, his gender privilege as a male actor, but also his influence privilege with the fans. By lending his privilege, he furthered her position as an actress by giving her access to better pay. Now, you may be thinking, what does this have to do with the You Got This conference? What does this have to do with working in the software industry? Well, we're all going through a shift where vulnerable groups, like I said before, are using our power to advance change. And we're not waiting for allies. And software companies all over the world are going to have to navigate this incoming wave of inclusion. And also, the dangers of a non-inclusive software industry are more apparent than ever. Right? We're building artificial intelligence that's going to be more and more powerful and can be possibly used to be weaponized against countries, used to change elections. Having a diverse workforce with the benefit of different perspectives will be critical to managing the ever-growing power of software. Now, I believe that Leonard Nimoy provided a model for how we can address this problem. Notice that Nimoy didn't wait for the studio to create a diversity program or a fair pay salary program. No, Nimoy acted based on his belief in what was right. He lent his privilege to a fellow artist to help her participate in the financial privileges that he had simply because of his gender privilege. You know what? I think that there are a lot of Leonard Nimoys watching me right now. And I think that there are other ways to lend privilege to create a more diverse and a more inclusive global industry. And I think that Leonard Nimoy saw way back then what we are beginning to realize today. Diverse opinions and voices are simply good for business. Now, I typically have a few slides for the data nerds out there who like to hear research and white papers, but I'm just going to put this here. The World Economic Forum has just stated what we've known for a long time, and that is just the business case for diversity in business is overwhelming. There's really no debate. Diversity and inclusion are good for business. If you unlock this power, your company will do better. And I think that if you don't believe that, you can just Google it yourself. And I think that if you're still not convinced, then I really don't think there's anything I can do to prove otherwise. Now, I've been using the terms diversity and inclusion interchangeably, but we need to distinguish those definitions. Diversity and inclusion are linked, but they are not the same. So let me talk about diversity, right? So let's say you're throwing a party. Diversity is sending invitations. You may include your college friends, maybe a few people from even high school, maybe a few people from work. You know, it's really easy. You're just inviting people to your party. Inclusion goes further than diversity. Inclusion means that the people who drove a lot farther to get there, you're really nice to those people. It means that if there are people who don't drink alcohol, then you provide non-alcoholic beverages for them to consume. Inclusion requires empathy. Diversity, you just need a stamp. And while software companies are trying to help our industry become inclusive, while they're trying to ride this current wave of openness and intent on really solving a lot of the injustices that have formed our society, particularly in the United States, but I know all over the world, you know, companies have been trying to lead here, but I think we can't rely on them. It's far too easy for companies to play the HR and the marketing games and try to run the numbers and really not do any action, not affect any change. I really believe that if we're going to make technology a more inclusive and diverse industry, it's going to take a grassroots movement. We're going to have to mobilize a lot of Leonard Nimoys throughout our industry. Now, the cool thing about working in software is that most of us know about open source software. And if you know open source software, then you really already understand grassroots movements. One of the first books on open source software was written by Eric S. Raymond, called The Cathedral and the Bazaar. And it was written because Raymond had just experienced the miracle of Linux. Now, most of you are way too young to remember how Linux was just really controversial. It was this wild project where everyone could take this complicated kernel and do the work of making it into an actually functioning operating system. And it worked. And so Raymond began to take the principles of open source software that he learned from seeing Linux, and he applied it to his own projects. And he began to distill the lessons from those projects into this book. Now, Raymond linked closed source software development done by companies at the time like Microsoft and Apple to a cathedral where there's centralized command and control. But then he contrasted that with open source software where power was distributed evenly among multiple contributors. And he called the open source movement this bazaar, right? This loud, babbling, boisterous bazaar where everyone shared power. And spoiler alert, the open source model produced better results. Now, the lesson that most people take from the cathedral and the bazaar is this one, and that is given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. And if you actually read the book, you see this more defined version of that. And I'm just going to read this, but given a large enough beta tester and co-developer base, almost every problem will be characterized quickly and the fix obvious to someone. Now, this is written in kind of decades old terminology. And I think Eric S. Raymond may not agree with me, but he's really making a statement about inclusion. What he's saying is that as the size of the people working on software grows, our ability to solve problems also grows. And what's innovation other than the ability to solve problems? And I really think that if we want software development to be this big tent, if we want it to be this babbling, boisterous bazaar of people who are involved in building software and they're dedicated to making it better, then there's really no problem we can't solve. And that's the promise of inclusion. But the sad reality is that just like our repositories are protected by passwords and by permissions, often our companies are protected by privilege. And there are voices that we keep out of this bazaar, and we don't make space for them to take part in our projects and in our companies. There are certain groups that have a really hard time lending their voices to this bazaar because they lack privilege. And this is really tragic because no matter what problem you have within your company, within your source code, within your deployment process, there's someone out there who can fix it. But all too often, they are denied entry into your company. Now, to understand how this works and what we can all do to make things better, we have to understand privilege. But before we do that, it's really important that we understand what privilege is not. Privilege doesn't mean that you've had it easy. It doesn't mean that you haven't worked hard. In fact, just to use an example and a metaphor, let's say you're riding your bike up a hill, right? You're pedaling hard. Maybe it's hot. You're sweating. You're getting a cramp in your right leg. You know, you're working hard trying to get up that hill. But there are other people trying to get up that same hill, but they have obstacles that you can't even see, obstacles that you're not even aware of. And your privilege not only allows you to not worry about those obstacles, it also gives you benefits. The benefit of not being pulled over by a police officer and wondering if the color of your skin will make this the last drive that you'll ever make. The benefit of being seen at a bar with someone you love and being seen by a coworker and wondering if your fellow colleagues will think less of you. Or the benefit of not wondering if your hearing aid malfunctions and then someone sees you as possibly a risk to the DevOps team? Or the benefit of not having to change your clothes multiple times in the morning before you go into work, when we used to be able to go into work, but wondering that, well, is this outfit going to have my colleagues think differently of me simply because of how I'm dressed? And really, that last example shows how women in technology often have to hire to fill two roles. There's the role that they were hired for. Maybe it's to be a developer or an architect or a tester. But then there's the other role, the role of fighting all the stereotypes, the horrible stereotypes that people have about women. And that second role, it's exhausting. And why don't we just empower women to just do the work that they can do so well without the burden of sexism and misogyny? Well, I think that lending privilege can help do this. So now that we know what privilege is, let's get a good definition of privilege. Privilege is simply access to benefits based on traits that you possess. Those benefits could be the benefit of working or living in a safe neighborhood, going to a great school, getting a great job, getting promoted, getting access to wealth. But now there's one problem that most people have with understanding privilege, and that's the fact that we tend to notice people who have more privilege than we do, but we don't notice when we have more privilege than others do. And I call this phenomena the airplane effect. Now, most of you have flown on an airplane before, and we've all gotten onto the plane. And let's say that our assigned seat is in aisle 42. And so we're walking through business class, right? Aisles 1, 2, 3, and you see all these people in these big, comfortable chairs, and they have all this leg room. And then while you're walking by, you hear the flight attendant offer them nice adult beverages. And, you just don't like those people because, man, they're just at the front of the plane and they get all these benefits of being in that high class of service. And so, but, you're all the way back in the slum of row 42. So you're sitting in row 42 and you're beginning to question your life decisions as you peer ahead into business class. But you know what? There are people behind you who have worse seats than you do. They have worse leg room than you do. Those are the folks that when the snack cart gets to them, all the good stuff has already been taken. And they're also sitting next to the bathrooms that really get cleaned maybe once every 100 flights. So they have a much worse experience than you do. And you know what? That's how privilege works. Often you see how good other people have it, but you don't even notice the people who will love to have the position that you take for granted. And I give this talk because I really want to change that. Let's realize our privileges so that we can all get access to a seat at the table. Now, there are two categories of privilege. There's your birth privilege, and that's what the two people who made you gave you. That's your gender, your base level of physical capability, and really most of the features that we use to discriminate against. But then there are what I call your selected privileges. And those are things that you gain as you grow. That might be your religion or your education or your chosen career. These are also the things that if you have access to a trust fund, it's really a lot easier to make the journey through selected privileges easier to navigate for those people who have access to wealth like that. Now, your birth privileges and your selected privileges combine to what I call your portfolio of privileges. Now, I want everyone to look at the slide and then pick a privilege that you have. And some of you probably have all of these, but I think everyone has at least one. So I'm going to give you a couple seconds to just look and think, what privilege up there really links with me? Now, once you've done that, think about what your career in software, what your career in technology would have been without that privilege. What if you had to start your career without your gender privilege or your racial privilege or the privilege of going to an elite university? At least the elite colleges in the United States are places like Stanford or MIT. Or what if you did not even have the privilege of being able to see or walk around? What would your journey through technology be without those privileges? But think about that. There are so many people in technology who don't have those privileges. Many of them work right next to you at your company, and they have to navigate a world where they are less privileged and they have to do that navigation at a significant disadvantage. I really think that you can remove a lot of these disadvantages by lending your privilege. Now, I'm going to illustrate 3 types of privilege lending. I'm going to use the example of 3 women. Now, these are real women, but I'm going to give them made up names. Let's say that their names are B on the left, L in the middle, and M on the right. And so for each illustration of privilege, I'm going to define it. I'm going to give an example that I hope everyone can understand how it works, but then I'm going to help you understand how you at your company and even just in your personal life can lend your privilege. So the first type of privilege is what I call credibility lending, and that's providing visibility to someone without privilege. That's what credibility lending is. You're providing visibility to people who lack privilege. Now, I have the fortune of knowing many people in the LGBTQ community, and they share with me how they often feel restricted in tech because we are a heteronormative industry. But I think that by lending privilege, we can really empower all the wonderful people who want to work in this industry to fully bring their value to the work that we do. Here's an example. Several years ago, Stephen Colbert had a show that a lot of people watched, and he's gone on to have his own nighttime show. But this show was very popular, and so he invited DeRay McKesson, a very popular and well-known Black activist, to his show. But if you notice, DeRay is in the host chair, right? Colbert switched seats with DeRay, and he gave DeRay the power of his platform. He raised DeRay's profile to give him a higher ability to be visible in the work that he was doing. That's how credibility lending works. So how can you lend credibility in your company? Well, here's B. And you know what? B was the person who really created that killer feature in your next release. And she did it in like 3 sprints, and people thought it was going to take 8 sprints, and everyone was amazed that she was able to get that feature done. But you know what? No one on the executive team even knows her name. In fact, some people think that because she works late at night so much that she's part of the cleaning crew, because that's the only time when people like her show up at work. And so what you can do is, if you have those regular meetings with executive teams, or if you have those regular interactions, why not the next time you have a presentation to give to that team, bring B along, give her a few slides, maybe even give her the whole presentation, give her a chance to let her light shine, give her an opportunity to show the value she's bringing to the company, to the people who have power at your company. Also, a lot of companies have these awards that you can nominate people for, and then those people get some kind of prize. Well, why not nominate B for the great work that she's already doing? All right, that's credibility lending. All right, access lending is the next type of privilege lending, and that's providing entry for someone without privilege. And I've had the benefit of talking with many women and candidly talking with them about their careers in tech. And often women feel that because they lack gender privilege, that they are held back in tech. And this doubt that comes from being held back causes them to limit what they do. And that's horrible because, again, study after study has shown that if we get more closer to parity, 50-50 men and women, or those who identify as men and women in tech, then we get better results. We just get better when we are equal in the types of genders that we allow to work at our companies, especially when we allow those people to lead. And I really think that access lending can be a way for us to unlock that power. Now, here's the example. In 2018, Octavia Spencer, the lady on the left, who is like an Academy Award level actress, she was starting to shoot a movie. But when she was offered the pay for this film, she was given a very low offer. And this is someone who's been highly decorated as an actress for several years. Well, the lady on the right is named Jessica Chastain, and Jessica had worked with Octavia on a previous film. And Jessica Chastain, when she heard the lowball offer that Octavia was given for this role, she pledged to Octavia, "You're going to get paid what I'm going to get paid." So Jessica went to the studio executives and she negotiated better pay for Octavia and allowed Octavia to get the same pay that she was getting. And that's how access lending works. You bring people into rooms that are normally close to them to make sure that they are treated as well as you expect to be treated. Now, how can you lend access at your company? Well, when your company decides who goes to conferences, either virtual ones like this, or when we can have in-person conferences, why not send someone who doesn't have your privilege? I mean, here's Elle, right? She spent the last few weeks helping your entire team transition to a new container strategy. Why not send someone like Elle to DockerCon? I mean, you go to 5 conferences a year, and can you even spell Kubernetes? Why not allow Elle to go to a conference that will allow her to feel like she's a respected part of this industry, not just within your company, but within her chosen realm of specialization? And then I can promise you that she will enrich whatever event you send her to by presenting her own diverse perspectives. All right, the last example is what I call expertise lending, and that's providing a voice to people without privilege. Now, I'm a Black technologist, and like other Black people in tech, I often feel that we don't have a voice in tech companies because we lack the racial privilege that a lot of tech leaders possess. You know, we don't see ourselves on tech magazine covers or being interviewed on CNN about technology topics. And while things are getting better, we often don't see ourselves in large numbers or even representative numbers at tech companies, especially among leadership. Well, I think that expertise lending can help fix this. All right, here's the example. A few years ago, First Lady Michelle Obama was at South by Southwest, a very popular tech conference in Austin, and she gave a keynote, and she really beautifully described how expertise lending can work. She said that if you have a voice at the table, ask, is there diversity around the table? Are there voices and opinions that don't sound like yours? And you know what? We really need to go further than just talking about those missing voices. We need to add those missing voices to the conversation. Now, how can you lend expertise? Well, let's consider M here. So, you know, your boss brings you that project, and it's one of those plus projects that you know will look great on your resume. And then when it's time to hand out promotions, this is the promotion making project everyone wants to work on. Well, why not give M someone who everyone on the team loves working with? Why not give M, who's always helping to answer questions in Slack about the technology stack you're using or the way things work? Why not give M the opportunity to lead that project? She's never led a project before, and she writes the cleanest code in your company. By giving her the opportunity to operate at the next level, you improve her odds of not only staying at your company, but advancing to help lead it. So those are 3 examples of lending privilege, and you know, it's really quite easy. In fact, I'm sure that you've been thinking of your own examples. And I want to be clear that lending privilege isn't a silver bullet. It's not like you do it once or twice and it's done. It's going to take effort. And because you probably haven't done it very much, you're probably not going to be very good at it at first. But you got to keep going. You have to keep trying it. And I think that as you do it, you'll get better. And you realize that lending privilege doesn't mean that you lose anything. You're just sharing the benefits with others that you already have. And by doing that, you're making our industry, the technology industry, truly a meritocracy where all talents are welcomed, no matter how they're packaged. Now, I know that you probably, like me, you want to leave your mark on the software industry, right? You want to have your name on those commits and on pull requests. You want to be known for that feature that you created. You might even want to be known for that piece of open source code that you wrote. And I understand that need to have an impact. But you know what? The software we build will one day be obsolete. I started my career in the late 1990s, and the code that I wrote back then, no one uses right now. There will be a day that no matter how proud you are of the software that you've built, one day it's going to have 0 users. But the impact that we can have on our industry by making it more inclusive will long outlast whatever code we're working on today. I know the people who lent me privilege in my early career, that's far outlasted the code that we wrote way back then. So if you really want to live if you really want to leave a legacy in software, then I think that lending privilege can be a powerful way to do that. And in fact, this is a legacy that is deeply rooted in the history of the United States. I know this conference is usually in the UK and it has a global audience, but because a lot happening in the United States is kind of in the news right now, I'm going to stick with the example of what's happening in my country and really what's happened in my country. I spoke at a conference a few years ago where Common, who's a very popular rapper, I hope most of you know who Common is. That might be my black privilege that's letting me know who Common is, but he's an amazing artist and I love lots of his songs. But one song that I really love is called Glory. And he co-wrote it with John Legend from a movie called Selma about the civil rights movement in the United States. And the chorus goes like this: one day when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. And you know, that verse reminds me of exactly why inclusion and diversity work is so important. You know, I read the Constitution recently because I was just thinking about it. And our Constitution just has so many different parts. We have Article 1, which describes Congress, and Article 2, which describes the executive branch, and Article 3 describes the Supreme Court. But really, the amendments are really, that's my jam. And I realized by going through the amendments that the founding fathers had built a pull request system into the Constitution. And it's a messy process, only been tried 27 times, but you can suggest changes, have them reviewed, and then have them merged into production. And the 13th Amendment was the one that made owning slaves illegal, right? Not just owning Black people, but slavery was made illegal everywhere in the United States based on the 13th Amendment. So I'm sure that my ancestors who were brought here as slaves celebrated the 13th Amendment, but really everyone in America should have celebrated because they now lived in a country where everyone was truly free. The 17th Amendment gave women the right to vote, and I'm sure women celebrated, but everyone in America should have celebrated because they now lived in a country where your gender was not held against you at the ballot box. And in leaving the amendments, the US Supreme Court a few years ago defined same-sex marriage as just marriage. And while my LGBTQ friends celebrated, we all could have celebrated because we now live in a country that didn't place any limits on love. You know, this country has tried several times to solve its own peculiar problems and the long injustices done to minorities, women, LGBTQ people, and all the other marginalized groups. But I think that lending privilege can be a very powerful way for us who work in software to solve our own peculiar problems. Lending privilege isn't whites versus blacks, gays versus straights, men versus women. It's everyone against racism, homophobia, and sexism. And we will win. We will win. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your attention. And now I'm going to turn it over to Q&A.
Great. Thank you so much. Really wonderful. The chat is buzzing. I'm sure you probably heard. And yeah, really wonderful, really actionable talk. I especially loved what you said about how lending privilege doesn't take anything away from you, because I think so many times our careers are seen as like competition, and it's really important to emphasize that. So thanks. But I'll jump into the attendee questions so I don't just go on a whole diatribe about this. But all right, so the first question is there a blog or video or anything that could be shared with the world? I'm guessing besides this talk recording. And do you have any materials that you find inspiring or educational that could be shared as well?
Absolutely. So this was recently posted. It's called the Anti-Racist Resource Guide. I'll tweet this out if you follow me on Twitter. I'm really easy to find on Twitter, just at ANJUAN. But the Anti-Racist Resource Guide was created by Victoria Alexander, who has made her life's mission and study, which is solving inequality, especially based on race. And so that is something that I really highly recommend. It's not based on lending privilege, obviously, but just the ideas that in my talk are very much supported by that document. So I highly recommend that folks check that out.
Awesome. We will look out for that on your Twitter then. So the next question is, should I ask for permission before lending my privilege? Should I actively be mentioning to them that I'd like to help them? Some people might be offended since they might think that we're looking down on them.
You know, it's really interesting because you really shouldn't kind of burst in someone's office or pop on a Zoom call and say, I'm here to lend my privilege. In fact, when I think about when people have lent me privilege in the past, it's very, very much subconscious. Not subconscious, but it was actually done in a very subtle way, right? It's only in hindsight that I realized that's what they were doing. So what I recommend doing is that, find people who don't look like you. And then if you use Twitter, it's really easy. So let's say that you are a React developer, right? You write JavaScript using the React framework. And most of the people who you probably follow in React probably look like you. Find people who don't look like you, don't share your race, your gender, and any other measure. And then slowly by doing so, and then silently just follow them, you'll find that they're really just like you, and that all these differences that we have are really made up. And then by doing that, you'll find how you can help them, because often as a underrepresented person, or a member of an underrepresented group, I need the same help that you probably needed, right? And so you'll find ways that you can naturally engage. So I would say that once you learn that, either through Twitter or in person, you'll find ways to help. And you don't have to call it, I'm lending you my privilege. You can just be a good human. And I think that's probably the best way to proceed.
Absolutely. That makes total sense. So next question says, as someone that feels that they're part of the underprivileged ones, I feel like I would be begging for someone to lend their privilege to me, and I must swallow my pride. How can I view that differently?
Yeah. A couple of things. How are we doing on time? I know that I'm the last talk. How much time do we have roughly?
We can keep going a little longer. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that's really big, but probably, I don't know. I get to tell you when we end, so we can keep going. Oh, max
Okay.
10 minutes. Perfect.
Got it. Cool. So I'll use that to kind of navigate my answers to questions. So as someone who lacks a lot of privilege, I would say don't let your pride get you down. I think that the current unrest in the United States due to the murder of George Floyd by a police officer while Floyd was unarmed and in custody has shown that there's just a lot of problems that, at least in America, that we have with race, and my friends from around the world have also said, I think people are understanding that there are different levels of privilege, of access, of really power that are given to people based on their race, their gender, etc. So I think the good things that people are no longer being so blind to that. I would say you don't have to beg anyone to lend them. You don't have to beg people to lend their privilege to you. Just go about doing the work that you're doing and do it loud and do it proud. And I think that you'll find that people will be drawn to that if you're doing something at a high level and doing it excellent, and also just living your own truth, and then being, I think, honest. And then we have these great platforms to how your lack of privilege affects your daily life. I think you'll see people empathize with that. And then I think you'll see people materialize who will be there to support you. So no begging required, just living at a high level that I'm sure you already are.
I love that. That's amazing. So, all right. Next question is, what's the best way to ask someone to lend you their, it says permission, but I'm guessing it means to lend you their permission, privilege? I don't know. How can you tell if someone would be willing to help in a situation when you're facing bias?
Yeah, I think that, like I said before, I don't know if you need to ask someone to lend their privilege to you. I think that if you're going about your life and then following your passions and then doing it at a high level, I think that you will find people who who will do that. I think the second part of that question, which is to tell someone will be willing to help. Actually, let me change my answer. Actually, I thought about that. I think that the best thing that you can do is, and I'm assuming that you're trying to do something, right? And to give the example at work, let's say you've been trying to work on this project and you haven't gotten any support. I think that it's very important that you understand how humans work. And I think that part of being a professional, and most of us work in companies that have a hierarchy, is understand how networks work. And then as you're doing your work, you want to begin building your network. And the old adage of don't wait until you're thirsty to dig your well, right? Dig your well before you're thirsty. Build your network before you need it. And I think that just by humanizing yourself and then making yourself visible to people who have power, and often privilege does work along levels of power. Just by talking about them and knowing their life story, knowing the partner's name and what they care about and what they do for fun, and then sharing that part of you with them, I think you're actually find that you'll find common ground. And then people typically, and this is probably subconsciously, we help people who are like us, even though you may not have the same race or the same gender as that person. By humanizing yourself and then also doing your work at a high level, you'll begin to draw people lending their privilege to you. So I think that's one way to do that. It's kind of a complicated answer, but I hope all that makes sense. Does that make sense, Carolyn?
I think it made sense, but we can always, like, if it didn't make sense to whoever, I don't see the names of whoever asked it, but we can also continue it in the diversity, accessibility, and inclusion channel. We have one last question. Sorry, we have one last question, and it is, how would you recommend opening doors of a workplace where it's heavily biased in the people they've hired, but now have realized the importance to welcome inclusion?
Yeah, this is unfortunately a very common challenge, only because companies are usually built by a group of people who are homogenous in a lot of ways, and then they hire people who are very much like them, right? We tend to hire people who are like us. And I think that a lot of companies, especially in light of current events, are becoming aware that, wow, we really have a leadership group that is the same. And it really shouldn't be surprising that when you have the same people, you get the same answers, you get the same solutions. If you want to have innovation, you probably need to have different faces, different voices, different points of views. And so I think companies are waking up to that. I think that you have to, one, help them understand how they got there, that they probably hire people who they knew. And, we always talk about hiring the best people. And while that's a good idea and companies think that they hire the best people, but you normally hire the people who you know. And you probably don't know all the best people. And so I think helping them understand that. But I think that one concrete thing that I can say in the time that we have is, if you want to have different outcomes in the makeup of your company and the gender mix and the racial mix and all these different ways, you have to change where you look for talent. You probably have to reach out to different organizations, and there's women in engineering groups, there's blacks in technology groups, and then you have to do the work of reaching out to those pools. And I really believe that if you do that, you'll get better results. A big kind of counter argument that people have to when I tell them you really need to diversify your hiring pool is we don't want to lower the bar. And I don't know why people link hiring more diverse people with lowering the bar. But to give a trite example, let's say you're a single person, you go to the same bar every night to meet someone you're trying to date, just to go to dating. I know it's kind of off, but you go to the same bar every night, but you're not getting the results. Well, go to a different bar, right? That would make sense. That's not lowering the bar. Just go into a different bar and try somewhere else. And sometimes we have to go to a different bar in our hiring to get better results. And I think that people should not equate hiring more people of color and hiring LGBTQ people and hiring women as lowering the bar. No, you're raising the bar because you're getting more inclusion and all the power of diversity into your company.
Great. And then I know I said last question, but there's one more that I think lends really well to what you just said, and especially to what's going on right now. So this will be the last question.
Sure.
Given that tech companies, brands, are now spending time trying to address current events, how do you communicate the difference between actually lending privilege versus doing small statements that just attempt to give the appearance of lending
Yeah.
privilege?
And we're seeing a lot of virtue signaling by companies right now. And there's a lot of very temporary shows of support. It's very easy to say Black Lives Matter on Twitter or to write that phrase on your company's, building. But show the data. Say, this is what our leadership looks like. How many men, how many women, how many straight, how many trans, how many LGBTQ, how many Blacks, how many whites, how many Asians. Show your work and then commit to showing that work on a regular basis and what you're doing to make those numbers change. I think that if you really want to get down to brass tacks, if you really want to show that you're serious, you got to show the work. You have to commit to doing actions to make those numbers truly representative and to show that you're lending the privilege within your company to the people who really need it the most.
Absolutely. That was a great note to end on. Thank you so much, Anwan, for taking the time today. Really appreciate it. And I hope we can continue this discussion over the diversity, accessibility, and inclusion channel, because I'm sure there'll be a lot more to talk about.
Absolutely. I'll be hopping over there. And so you'll find me there. And obviously, if you want to follow me on Twitter and continue this discussion, happy to engage there as well.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before I pass it off to, I get my own screen. So before I pass it off to Kevin and Shai, who so patiently let me run long with that Q&A, we have one more video from our sponsor. And also, this is the last time you're going to see me. So I want to say a very quick goodbye. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. And I would really urge you all to continue having conversations about the tech industry's impact on society, the role that they play in this moment, and how can we do better in the future, not just with our, with the people at this conference, but in your workplace. Have those conversations. And that's all from me. Thank you so much for a wonderful day.
Hi, and welcome to Balsamiq Wireframes. Balsamiq Wireframes allows you to create, edit, and share user interface wireframes. A wireframe is a schematic, a blueprint useful to think and communicate about the structure of the software or website you're building without specifying the visual design of your product. The app is built by Balsamiq, a small software company known for ease of use and friendly people. It is a great collaboration tool used by product managers, designers, developers, and many others. Today we'll talk about Balsamiq Wireframes for desktop. Let's launch the app to start working on our new project. To create a simple mobile app, we'll start by scrolling through the user interface library and dragging an iPhone control onto the canvas. You can double-click on the project name to rename it. We'll now add a title and a few icons using the quick add search box at the top. You can modify each control's properties from the property inspector on the right. Notice how controls snap into place when you drag them around. Let's draw a rectangle using the R key. We'll add more icons using the duplicate option. Let's also rename those avatars and add a few more elements. We'll crop this one so it fits the smartphone screen. Adding images is as simple as dropping an image on the canvas. Let's resize this one and add a few more icons at the bottom. You can also add more elements from the Wireframes to Go collection, where you will find free UI controls ready to use. Let's import a few Apple Watch controls. The Comments panel allows you to collaborate on your designs by sharing feedback, or if you prefer, making notes for yourself as you work. If you're using Balsamiq Cloud, our web version, you can work on projects hosted there from our desktop tool when you're online. This allows you to collaborate in real time with other users and even chat with them from the editor if needed. Another easy way to share a project with others is to export it as a PDF. The PDF will be created in high resolution and with selectable text. Happy wireframing!
Hey everyone, how are y'all doing? I say that into a stream that has no one else on the other side. I'm so used to giving talks on stage and getting responses to that. Kevin, how are you doing?
On behalf of the audience and myself, yeah, no, good. I'm really happy with how today has gone.
I see that you've also changed shirts. I've changed shirts from my sponsor shirt back into my organizer shirt, and it looks like you've changed shirts from an organizer shirt into like a super organizer shirt.
That's the one, super organizer.
So we don't want to keep y'all here for too long. So I'm just going to take a quick moment to thank a few people and then hand it over to Kevin. Firstly, I really want to thank you, our audience, for sticking with us all day. I know that it's a pretty stressful time in the world right now, and I really appreciate you giving us your focus and your energy today. And for everyone who asked a question and participated in the group chat, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Kevin and I love doing events like this, and we really hope that you get a lot of value out of stuff like this. And you don't have to tell us if you don't want to that it's been valuable, but if you do, if it has been, we'd love to hear it. And if it hasn't been valuable, we'd love to hear that as well, so we can make our future events better. I also want to take a moment to thank all of the folks that made today possible. I want to thank Carolyn for giving us her entire day as our MC, her entire apartment as well to be with us, and her energy. It was great. We couldn't have done this without you. I want to really thank our speakers who spent so much time developing awesome content and building out all of the things that they talked to and giving us their headspace and their time. Again, we couldn't have done this without you. And I just also want to thank all of our sponsors as well, without which we wouldn't have been able to pay for things like the live captioning that Andrew has been graciously doing all day today. I wonder if doing live captioning and being complimented about it makes him feel a little self-conscious having to type that out. But Andrew's been fantastic, and really happy to get to work with him. And again, all of our other sponsors that make things like the stickers and stuff like that possible. So thank you, everyone that worked with us today. We're really, really excited and really happy that we got to work with you, and we're really proud of what we got to do. And it's because of people like you that we were able to do it.
Yeah. And I suppose I get to close out by telling you a little bit about what's going to happen after this conference, both because of this conference and more generally. So firstly, people have been asking about talk recordings. Yes, they have been recorded. We will get them online as quickly as we can. Next is a decision that Shai and I made. So originally it was looking like we'd have a few $100 left over at the end of this event, and we were going to take it into inclusion programs for our respective You Got This network events. We decided that there's literally no use hoarding this money for future use. We can raise money again. So we'll be donating it. We'll be donating it once we have spent all the money we need to spend and we know how much there is left. Next is a note about stickers. So for those of you who registered in the earlier than like 2 weeks ago, you had the option to provide your address and we'd send you some stickers. Sorry to those of you who have registered more recently that I have some too, just not right here. We had to get sticker numbers, so that ship has sailed this time, but people have been asking me about them. We haven't shipped them yet. We will be in the next few weeks. We're just waiting for just a few parcels to arrive, and then we can start packing. That is a job we will be doing manually for you.
The downside of a global event is they're coming to both Kevin's apartment and my apartment, and we'll pack them by hand.
It will be worth it. And so there'll be stuff from us. There'll be a few You Got This stickers, but also stickers from sponsors who have sent us bits to distribute to you. Next is a note about the Discord. So a few people have asked this, whether the Discord will remain open and active. And that is 100% like our dream, is that our Discord community becomes a space where you can chat to people about core skills, thoughts and feelings that you have, and get support from others. We will be opening that up next week to people who didn't sign up for this event or weren't on our newsletter. So expect hopefully a few more people to be joining us, but we very, very much want that to be a place you can come and ask questions and get support and stuff like that. To try and support that, Heidi's idea actually was to run a weekly book club. So we'll be sharing in the Discord and also on Twitter a resource, a video, an article, a podcast episode every week. You know, one thing that didn't originate at our event. We can all go away and consume it, and then we'll set a day aside where you can come into the Discord and have a chat about it. And we think that'd be a really nice way to encourage healthy conversation about core skills in more than just, you know, the events and the week or so surrounding them. I'm almost done now, but this is a network of community-run conferences. I run one in the UK with a team. Shai runs one in New York. There's Humans Conf in Frankfurt. We really want to encourage more people to run events. We can help you do this. Shai and I are experienced event organizers. I've written up a little guide on the You Got This website around how that works. But yeah, feel free to reach out, Discord, Twitter, email, whatever. And we really, really want to see more events that talk about core skills. And I think that's pretty much bringing us to a close. I wanted to say thank you, just like Shai did, to Carolyn for being a wonderful MC, all of our speakers without whom this would not be an event, and all of the sponsors to make sure we can pay speakers and ship stickers and have captioning and get to donate some money at the end, which is, you know, definitely what we should be doing. Someone commented about You Got the stickers from January's conference. There may or may not be reprints coming your way in the envelope as well. Shai, have I missed anything?
No, I think you've covered everything. And just again, thank you everyone for sticking around. And we'll be really excited to get to see you soon. Maybe online, maybe in person, who knows? And all the best if you've got an afternoon left or if you're about to go to bed.
I am going to bed. Yes. Please stay active in the Discord if it's your thing. Yeah. We would love that. That is really, really what we want. Okay, we're done. Goodbye.
Bye.